Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Wednesday, February the 7th, and I must just be completely off on the schedule as far as the anniversary of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel versus the 25th anniversary of Yu-Gi-Oh! It definitely feels like Master Duel was launched in, I guess, February, whereas it seems like the trading card game, original card game, was launched somewhere closer to September, or yeah, which gives just like a big enough gap that it ends up being a case where they're celebrating two different anniversaries every year. That might explain the bonds of friendship gimmick that they've added, and it definitely explains why we're getting an ultra rare ticket. We're purchasing a second anniversary pack, and if we log in between now and April 10th 7 times, which should be easy enough to do, you have a whole month to log in 7 days. Maybe that is in part reflecting the coming to reality that they are, perhaps, that they should have come to a long time ago. The daily quests in this game have always been a little too demanding, considering how long it takes to play a single game and how little variety there is to actually the gameplay in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. And we've got just way too many notifications for such a small period of time. All of this happening on the 7th. So we have a rookie and returner mutual follower campaign, soul sword structured deck giveaway. Tell your friends who are new to, or those who are returning to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, your campaign code, have a chance to win a structured deck and gems when you and your users are new to Master Duel or have not accessed the game for more than 30 days. Follow each other. How does this work? See here for details. Let's see. So this is a attempt to push up the number of subscribers, so I imagine they've been seeing their follower base go down, or they just don't have as many people as Konami would want. But it's weird to just do this on the second anniversary and not have done this to this point. So here's my campaign code. So if anybody, I guess, wants to enter the campaign code, here it is. It's 3 February 1766, which I would assume that those last four numbers are random, but I think 1766 is also coincidentally like the year the Civil War started in the United States, unless there's a joke here. And I guess that highlights that there probably are some numbers that you shouldn't allow in codes. Like, perhaps in general you shouldn't have duplicate numbers. Perhaps you shouldn't have an 88 for secret white nationalist or racist Nazism. Perhaps you shouldn't have 1766. Perhaps you shouldn't have 1941, 9/11, 4/20, 69. Like, there's a collection of numbers you could just say, hey, let's not include those so we don't end up being a meme. Seems like there's a reward for the number of people who have reached bronze 4 also, as far as just like people who would have come back and had been knocked down all the way to the bottom and or started the game. And let's see, if you get one follower, which it may just be worth it to make a fake account, make a secondary account and do it yourself, you'll get a Sword of Souls, which looks like the entire pack. And then if you get 2 code entrants, you will have the you'll have then several cards being added, which are probably not bad. If you can get 3 people to use your code, then you will get 100 gems, which is basically nothing. So if they're giving you 100 gems for 3, they either really want everybody to have these cards, or these cards are lacking in value. Then if you get 4, you'll get these cards. One thing I guess to ask certainly about this would be, are these cards, once you get them, going to be in the category of things you could turn into crafting points? Because it's very possible that I already have 3 copies of all these cards. If you get 5 code entries, you're getting even less reward now at 50. And then on separate rewards, if one person that follows you reaches bronze 4, you'll get 100 gems. And then if 2 follow you, you get a card back. And then if 3 follow you, you get some more cards that you may very well already have. And then if 4 people follow you, you get a legacy pack ticket, which is worth almost nothing. And then if 5 people who follow you make it to bronze, you get this wallpaper. Now I'd say the wallpaper still is pretty worthless, but it's the most valuable thing, I think, here, just on the chance that you can't get it anywhere else. I imagine even if you couldn't get this deck, and I'm assuming these cards can't be turned into crafting points if you have duplicates. Yeah, I'm assuming you could just buy this deck. You definitely, in one way or another, can achieve these cards some other way. Well, regardless though, my campaign code is 3FEB1766. And I don't know if there is an inherent reason to not just encourage everybody to use my code. If that didn't work, then you would, if you're new, you can enter a campaign code, which noticeably I'm not new, so I can't enter a campaign code. And I guess that is going to create a situation where new players or returning players probably aren't given a code either. So then we have a 2nd anniversary bundle, which seems to include a lot of stuff that you probably already have, like an alternate art prism version of Blue Eyes White Dragon, that almost certainly you can get this alternate art Blue Eyes White Dragon before. New duel field would be new, a new card protector is new, this new card case is new. This icon here seems like there was something similar already, but I guess maybe that's new. This frame is probably new, although I don't know why they label these as deluxe, because it just, the difference between deluxe and a regular icon frame seems to be regular icon frames are just incredibly poor quality. And then this wallpaper doesn't seem new. And then there's a mate bundle with a bunch of legacy packs, and the 1st anniversary bundle, which maybe that's returning in case you didn't buy it before. Yeah, wouldn't it just make sense if you're gonna have people come back in 7 days to also then stagger these announcements? You have some different art for specific cards, but I honestly don't really see it either. and I really don't care about alternate art. This looks pretty much like Ash Blossom's regular art. And this looks like Access Code Talker's art that I've already seen. And that announcement in particular, ultra rare cards with alternate arts are here just as an excuse to sell more cards, which makes it feel like they don't have any new cards to actually add to the game. Which, unless there was like a COVID slowdown where the original trading card game in Japan didn't make cards, or there was some kind of slowdown where the collectible card game in the West has not added cards fast enough, it would just be an assumption that Master Duel is dropping the ball on adding cards. Maybe they're holding back even to have parity with Duel Links, where Duel Links has a story built around it, so it might be a little bit more difficult to write new story and add new cards, although they don't inherently have to write new story. They could just introduce new cards. Maybe that destroys the game balance. There's a discount here to buy gems, although I've never seen a real value in buying gems unless you just have thousands of dollars to waste to try and get all the cards. And honestly, it would be probably tens of thousands of dollars. There's yet another selection pack. That in particular, when you're just saying new selection pack here, why not put that notification out tomorrow or next week? There's a new secret pack. And if we're seeing new selection packs and new secret packs, I'm assuming there's new cards in these selection packs and secret packs. There's a new structured pack, which may be part of the bundle, or this Blue Eye Max may be its own different thing. And the Duel Pass is resetted. So, new rewards for getting the Duel Pass, so we need to make sure we get that. And apparently a secret pack updated. So now the secret pack Dark Magics includes 2 more cards in the secret pack. These are in the Ivory. It has added several cards. So secret packs are getting new cards and slowly growing, which if that was the case, and I knew that was going to be the case, then it definitely would have made some sense for me to try to get 3 copies of every card in the secret packs early. No, actually it wouldn't, because you'll just get more duplicates if you had done that anyways. It's still probably the case where secret packs are not the best way to spend your gems. And then there was a display issue. That's just way too much notes. And they are expecting people to go through all of that, obviously, because they're popping it up. The Legend of Duelist event is already done. Part of this certainly is because I've gotten daily logins because I'm doing Sudoku. Now, if I was going to replace Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel with Sudoku, which I'm probably not, like, it's taking me way too long, 150 minutes on average to do one episode. That would just drag out these live streams to be 5-6 hours. It's just Twitch levels of streaming, which I never could physically or probably even mentally or emotionally handle. So yeah, I just don't think I'd ever really engage with that. I need to get way better at doing Sudoku, and also I really wouldn't want to do just classic Sudoku puzzles just so that it got down to an hour, and it really wouldn't even get down to an hour. Even cracking the cryptic, when he solves his handcrafted super difficult Sudokus, and I would say he's a genius at them, he's averaging like 45 minutes a puzzle. So I'm doing 2 or 3 times as long, but it also sets kind of a baseline that you're not just likely gonna solve a Sudoku puzzle in 15 minutes or 30 minutes. But while I am doing that, the Cracking the Cryptic free to start application on Steam has no sound effects and no music. So I'm launching Yu-Gi-Oh! In the background just to play this music that plays in the background. Which if at any point the music in the background of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel started getting content ID'd, almost every single video I've live streamed on for the past 2 years would be claimed. That would be a pretty big disaster, probably too big of a disaster, to the point where some red flags would be turned up. Okay, so I'd rather go in order, but probably should go in negative order. We have 5,541 gems right now. We have a second anniversary pack. We have an anniversary bundle for 3,000. We have a second anniversary bundle here for 1,000. So there's 4,000 gems already out. Let's start with the Duel Pass. No. Duel Pass guarantees you 700 gems. It costs you 700 gems. You get your money back on top of with all these extra rewards. Which this is an interesting way to display rewards instead of just giving you a total, but I guess the page before that probably told you some totals. So I am going to be wiped out completely by just purchasing this. This is 30 packs of Master Duel packs and several other elements, which I assume I don't have any of these other elements. I'm hoping that's the case. Even at that, well, wait 1 second, let's just run the numbers here. 30 Master Duel packs, 10 would be 1,000. So yeah, you're getting 30 packs for the exact price they would have cost anyways, plus all this other stuff. So as long as one of these things is something I didn't have before, which almost certainly this card is something I didn't have before, or this frame, and this playfield's brand new, so I wouldn't have had that. This is a good deal, or at least it's a better deal than what you normally would have gotten. That being said, we've got a lot of stuff we're going to open here, so I'm just going to go ahead and skip the Master Duel opening. And yeah, it would feel like you should have more fanfare when you collect all of this, and that as silly as it may be, that you should have had like an animation showing you this, an animation showing you this, this, and this, and then you would just have multiple animations in a row. Far too many animations in a row. The other thing you could do is just put all of these things in one screen and make it a bigger full screen thing instead of feeling like a computer menu with a scroll box. So we had a new one here, 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 new one here. We got like 3 ultra rares, which I think was the minimum you were guaranteed, which probably highlights some problems with the odds. Several new cards. The problem here is, unless you're going to give me a pre-built deck, then I'm going to have no like recipe or deck to copy here with these new cards. So if you were trying to push me to playing new cards, I just don't think you really are going to accomplish that. And it's a little surprising I'm getting any new rare cards at all. I would have thought I would have been pretty close to owning all the rares. And I think I am very close to owning all the normals because there's just so many extra crafting points. That being said, I also haven't put any energy into crafting cards, so all my crafting points are just going up and up and up for probably the last year. Honestly, was the last time I crafted anything other than maybe one or two wild cards. And it's not like I'm sitting on a hoard of crafting points. This also unlocks just more of the time-limited secret packs, which honestly that makes an argument to just not opening this pack at all. But I want to try to get as much of this done so we don't come back on Friday. Honestly, on Friday I may be late, super late. I may not stream at all on Friday. It's kind of up in the air. But yeah, whenever I come back, I don't want to have yet another group of things that need to be purchased. So we got a new card here, 2 ultra rares that time, 3 new super rares, and then quickly we're into the rares with a couple of rares, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new normal rares, normal cards, and several more secret packs unlocked for 24 hours. Then I want to look at this. This is an ultra rare ticket, and it has applicable secret packs. You can check featured cards in these secret packs and odds of getting them. So I guess the question is, what cards do I want? And I think I would just pick this because I probably have already done enough to get like Dark Magicians and Blackluster Soldiers. So I kind of want to pick this or this or this or this or this. Some of these lesser looking cards that I don't recognize. There's a whole wall of text there. Oh, well, so much for that then. It's random shuffle anyways, so let's just pick the middle one here. That definitely was one I was trying to avoid. And inside the ultra rare packs we have just a secret pack that gave me a bunch of normals and rares. And then inside the special ultra rare pack, I guess I'll be given 1 ultra rare. They added some extra animation there that probably should just be in all card pack opening. So we got a Prism, ultra rare, Dark Magician, Knight of Dark Magic card. Okay. Related to Dark Magician or alternate art Dark Magician. And your standard Dark Magician. Gaia the Dragon Knight cards. Found a Dark Magic's secret pack from that. So ideally what you would want is to be able to open up, get more of these tickets, but I don't think you can get or even purchase tickets Yeah. I don't think there's... Yeah. It says 2 times remaining, so probably just by daily login you're going to get 2 more opportunities to pick things. What you can't do here is get all 8. Even if you wanted to throw a whole bunch of money around it. And then we have 1 free pull pack here for what I assume is a full, just new secret pack. Maybe we shouldn't have opened these and saved that for later, because this may give me a key to unlock the same secret pack. Guardians of the Secret something. Secret Sky. Yeah. But this is going to be around for 63 days anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's just do the free pull packs. Inherently, this is the problem with Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, is that this should be a giant event, I should be super hyped, and I just don't care. I don't care about getting new cards, because I don't know what to do with them. It's just not taking me to that next step. And maybe that's a problem with a lot of trading card games and collectible card games that gets exacerbated quite a bit by playing only online compared to having friends or at least a group of people who would talk to you about deck building. But yeah, there kind of needs to be a YouTube channel in modern times, what would have been like a fanzine or a magazine of some sort in old times, talking about deck building, talking about specific cards. Yeah. You run into similar things with like Pokemon games, not just the Pokemon trading card game, but the Pokemon base RPG games too, in that there are a vast number of unplayable Pokemon where there's just a better Pokemon with who that could have the same skills trained onto it, the same attacks trained onto it, and it by default pushes most people, most Pokemon players, into the idea of just playing with kind of their starter Pokemon. I also have 1 free pull pack here, 1 free pack pull, and I need more gems. I did not save enough. So we have this Blue Eyes maxed structured deck, and we are missing. We have 0 copies of this, 0 copies of this, and this, and 0 copies of all these, and 0 copies of this. So clearly this is the right move to get. This also is giving you the original Blue Eyes White Dragon and then Blue Eyes alternate White Dragon. Yeah, opening this would give me a deck where I could play Blue Eyes White Dragon more. Not that I'm sure that we actually can be playable. So I need 1500 gems and I only have 841. I could buy this once, but I might as well just not buy it any times. And then there's a Name of Champions selection pack that's new. Is it a good candidate to open packs on? Yes, if I had gems. I do think this would be a good candidate to open packs on. And then there's this pack that's new. And this is a great candidate to open packs on because I'm missing most of the rares and most of the super rares and most of the ultra rares. So I'd also assume that this card, this selection pack, is full of just really new cards. Looking at the characters that they're highlighting, I don't recognize any of this. Yu-Gi-Oh cards have this weirdness in that they're kind of unique art style, even though it's fairly inconsistent as an art style. It does very often try to create characters that feel like they should be a Knights of the Round Table Arthurian style of fantasy with Merlin and things like that, but then they put an anime edge to it and make it more Yu-Gi-Oh, for lack of a better term. And so then you have like Dark Magician instead of looking like Merlin with a white beard, or Gandalf with a white beard as a wizard. You just have this robed character with a highly overly decorated wand, and it just goes down in that direction. Like Blue Eyes White Dragon doesn't really look like any other dragon you would have seen in any other fantasy. You would never confuse Lord of the Rings with Yu-Gi-Oh imagery, and yet it's often the exact same characters or types of characters. Then they also, of course, have a lot of expansions that aren't fantasy at all. When you're talking Karibos and Harpy ladies and things like that. I would say Magic the Gathering is very much the opposite of that situation, where many of the arts in Magic the Gathering has a Tolkien-esque feel to it, and a Dungeons and Dragons-esque feel to it, since it's set in the Dungeons and Dragons universe. At least it is now. I swear it wasn't originally, or they didn't advertise it well enough that I caught the attention that that was the case. And then if I was just rolling in gems, secret packs should be considered also. Notice too that with all these new things, they've managed to keep me in the shop for 30 minutes. And one assumes that that old way of thinking, where the longer you're in the shop, the higher your chance of spending money, or gems in this case, is true. That seems to kind of have been the case. That being said, now, what are we going to do with all that? Probably nothing. We can go, like, theoretically, we just went and crafted, got a bunch of cards, and all I can really do is come into a deck, edit the deck, and then dismantle all extra cards and just see what this will obtain me. It's going to give me 1700 crafting points for normal cards, 1535 crafting points for rare cards, and 80 crafting points for super rares, and no crafting points at all for ultra rares. Okay. Now, if I wanted to craft any single normal card, it's going to cost me 30. So I could make about 300 normal cards on the hoard of crafting points that I probably have not used and I've been slowly gaining over the course of being a free-to-play player for the past year. If I wanted to craft a normal card, a rare card, it would cost me 30, so then it would basically be about 300 cards of that style could be generated also. If I want to craft an ultra rare, it too costs 30, so it seems like they've gotten it down to everything costing 30. But I'm not sure if maybe you have no way of crafting a prism version of a card. That seems to be more just random. So at some level, if you were rolling in cash, you might end up just generating a whole bunch of cards to try to get the prism versions of it, and then dismantling for half the value after you have 3. But that would be such a crazy late game experience, and certainly it doesn't make sense even if you were a Saudi prince to do that. And for every single card, there's like 10,000 cards here. You'd have to have entire groups of slaves playing on your Yu-Gi-Oh account day in and day out, just crafting cards over and over again, putting more and more cash into it for no reason. But yeah, if it costs 30 to generate this, then I can make like 20 ultra rares, which, okay, and then I can make maybe 50. If it costs 30, then 50 super rare cards, which that doesn't get us anywhere close to filling in our field, filling in the last, almost certainly that wouldn't get us anywhere closer to filling in the last collection of cards that I don't have at least one copy of, which we have made some progress here. Everything below this line on the scroll bar from here to here I have at least one copy of. Everything above this line I don't have a copy of. So if I put in the extra time, probably could get a copy of a lot of these cards. A lot of these cards that are just basic normal cards with the yellow background almost certainly should be the last ones you do craft anyways. But between that, ultra rares and super rares are going to still be very, very common amongst the collection of things I don't even have one of, let alone potentially you want 3 copies of everything. If you got over that hill, particularly as a free-to-play player, and you had 3 copies of every card in the game, all 10,000 of them, so 30,000 card collection, which weirdly there really is no way to know how many cards you actually own. It would be nice if they give you some statistics somewhere. Even if you owned all of them, that would just mean every time you got a new pack you'd get more crafting points. You could then sit on that hoard of crafting points until there's a new expansion. Then you could use the new expansion to get 3 copies of those new cards very early. I've seen some streamers who get packs basically for free do that in Hearthstone, and that just ruined the experience for them really, because they just have this complete collection account and they still really don't have any more motivation or more reason to play. If we had unlocked a new deck box here, I would have thought it would have been this. But I don't think we did unlock this recently. So are these... Like, you'd think one of these would be labeled as new, if that was the case, or it would be right at the end, or it would be right at the beginning. I don't think it's Power of the Dragon either that we just unlocked. So maybe we haven't purchased the a structured deck. What we purchased was the art box here. So the new art box was this President's Briefcase. But sure, why not? And then we got new card protector, and I don't even look at these. They all feel like they're alphabetical, and some of these are pretty terrible. Low effort Duelist Cup backgrounds. I really wouldn't want to go away from either the classic or this. This one changes and I guess just toggles between a couple images. Let's play with that one just to see what it actually does. And then we unlocked a new set, so we might as well set that as a set. And then we probably unlocked a new pairing here. I'm not 100% sure what. And then we probably unlocked a new mate base. It's kind of funny they have Hanafuda card as a mate base. Playing a different card game. Which Hanafuda does not play anyway, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And then you can change the 3 main cards. Alright. And they didn't add any extra solar thing. And see, logically, now that I've spent so much time on this, I really should just play like one game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And that's it for today. Like, that was such a time sink. Yeah. After doing all of that, though, does that change me from playing Zodiac Tri-Brigade? No. I can't even begin to justify, particularly since I'm already wasting a lot of time making pre-recorded Sudoku episodes. I can't justify spending extra time off screen trying to investigate a new deck. I definitely can't justify doing it on deck. This inherently has the problem with having a different player base. It just, to my eye, looks way better to have the base try and match this base by having the default base as much as possible. It's a ridiculously stupid system. It just should not split here. It should be whatever player base I select is the player base I see on both sides, and whatever player base they select is the player base they see. And maybe you even could add a button somewhere up here that would toggle and show what the opponent is seeing as far as their player base, but the player base is just effectively a play mat and just doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the game in any way other than a small possibility that one play mat might be more visually distracting than another. But yeah, for your average player, there's just no guidance. There's no middle step down between, hey, this is a 2nd anniversary and we want to try and reward you quite a bit, but we're not actually going to reward you with much of anything other than we're just going to try to get you into the cycle of buying things from the store, regardless of the fact that buying things from the store is not taking that middle step to teach you how to build a deck, unless you buy a structured deck. And even if you buy a structured deck, we know it's just going to be like every other structured deck that cannot actually be played as is in the current ranked player base. So now this is going to come down to just trying to figure out if anything goes wrong here. I don't want to put things on the field too early. Not gonna get a one-turn kill, but I'll be darned if I'm not gonna be close. Let's go ahead and summon Access Code Talker. And see if he would have done more damage. No, I think the bird does 58 damage. That was only 53. I guess we should go ahead for the accountability section and just say I have been playing Sudoku, spending a lot of time on that, and potentially not really doing much of anything else. Watching Farscape Season 4, which is just a bigger mess than even Season 3, in that whatever deal they negotiated seems to have directly been designed around having some specific episodes not be available, which that is just such an old school ridiculous mentality. It will jump up in the pass, I think, fairly quickly here. And we also want to rank up fairly quickly. There was a long period in TV, in broadcast television, before, particularly before there was a real easy way to record things, like when VCRs would have been too expensive for most people to have, and DVRs would have not existed to automate the process and deal with duplicates. During those early generations of TV, there was a real desire to show every episode, unless an episode was just pulled from syndication because there was something offensive or irrelevant about it. Inherently, like broadcast news would never make it to syndication, so that would never get repeated. After that point, once VHSs started to come down in price and TV stations, production companies for TV shows and movies started to see a profit from sales of VHSs, and then much more of a profit from DVDs, and probably a decent amount of profit from early Blu-rays. All of it now, we are at the back end of that, where it is very much going back to being a niche thing where only movie collectors feel the need to actually have DVDs, Blu-rays, 4K, UHD type discs, either movie collectors or video files or cinephiles, audio files. But when they were seeing that big amount of sales, then there was this mentality that started to appear where the episodes that would be aired would be out of order, more in syndication, and more random, placed at more random times, specifically designed so that you just could not have that good of an experience watching it on TV. And that's pretty much where syndication is now, is that, well, technically syndication should let you be able to watch all the episodes of something, say like the original Charmed. The way that's going to be re-aired on TBS, which I assume is why it's still being re-aired, is in these marathons, and there might be even little mini marathons in the morning and the night, and the episodes might be out of order in that way. Or if it's a marathon for the full day, like they might do on the Sci-Fi Channel with the Twilight Zone when they do their annual Twilight Zone marathons, there's a selection of videos of episodes that are being shown in that, and there definitely is a selection of Twilight Zone episodes that they wouldn't bother to show, just because they wouldn't be as popular or as well received. Well, weirdly, that's ruined my strategy. It's also ruined their strategy. Or at least hurt their strategy. If they knew they were going to activate that, then tossing Max C was unnecessary. Let's just go ahead and activate this to get rid of it. So yeah, honestly, if freemium is more and more where Amazon Prime is going to push its video content, and then freemium's gimmick or licensing negotiation is just going to be so poor that you'll have, I believe it's Shout Factory, give you some episodes but not all episodes. That is going to just destroy any enthusiasm to watch old shows on Amazon Prime. Meanwhile, Amazon Prime's new shows can only go so far, and inherently, the fact that so many people, including myself, say, well, I have Amazon Prime because it gives me like Prime Video and Prime Gaming and free shipping and several other extra things wrapped together, and so no one thing getting crappier is the one thing that would make me want to get rid of Amazon Prime. That's kind of the problem, and that makes a great argument that Prime Video should probably be split up from Amazon Prime shipping, and like several other things, Amazon Prime Pharmacy is setting itself up to try to be a major competitor to CVS, which is way too big of a mega corporation already. And so we don't need to potentially create a duopoly between both CVS and Walmart pharmacies and Amazon Prime. And we need smaller single-run pharmacies potentially. That would potentially not overwork their employees. People forget too, like, and a pharmacy is kind of a great example of this. 50, 60 years ago, your local pharmacist was just one guy who owned his own building and his own pharmacy, and he was mostly sitting around and doing nothing for most of the day. Smoking a corncob pipe, it would be a stereotypical image. Whereas a CVS pharmacy this day has like several tech assistants and is being overworked and is being required to service more and more people in less and less time, and that's inherently going to cause mistakes, or at least cause an overworking of one employee. And Amazon's not going to be any better at that. They're overworking their factory shipping people. That there is potentially a case where a shipping and receiving position in jobs in the past would have been mostly sitting around waiting for a truck to appear. It wouldn't have been standing for 8+ hours a day without enough time to even have a bathroom break. I guess the next part of that problem, though, would be just a level of uncertainty as to what other streaming service would I really want to stick to. I mean, if you have Hulu potentially changing drastically, and everything getting so expensive that it's back to just prices on cable, the solution honestly may be to just straight up go back to buying DVDs and owning DVDs, or straight up just torrenting and piracy for people who are doing that. Like, particularly in this case where I just wanted to watch Farscape, I would have had a better experience had I spent a fairly large amount of money to just buy Farscape on DVD and watch it. There is a lot of money that would be spent there for a entertainment that's only going to last about a month, and then it would be probably 10 years plus before I'd ever want to watch Farscape again. Particularly in the case of Farscape, is the silliness in the fourth season is mostly gone, or it's a very different kind of silliness. The fourth season definitely feels more horny, for lack of a better term. There's a little bit more sex being implied and skin being shown, while it's still broadcastable for air. But then there is also just a overall plot that has gotten far away from these alien creatures or escaped convicts that are on the run, but then they can have a side story that has nothing to do with anything and can just be silly and fun. That's kind of gone out the window, or the feeling that could be the possibility has gone out the window, where every episode now is about wormholes. In season 4 it's about him being chased by the third of a bad guy, in the case of a bad girl who is wearing an extremely low V-neck cut shirt, the blouse that is showing a ton of skin, and she has some kind of pheromone that in her sweat that she'll rub the sweat on her off of her chest and whiff it under the nose of a man, and then the man is completely under her control. Yeah. So there is just kind of a different feel there. But even before season 4, Farscape definitely has some episodes that feel like they're worth skipping, and it definitely feels like there are some episodes missing in between episodes too. It feels like if this was closer to a Star Trek Next Generation thing where they could have just handed some episodes over to a B team of writers to just make some filler episodes, that would have probably been helpful. I think for Farscape, if it had the budget for like 36 episodes a season, that probably would have been helpful, particularly in the early stages. Yeah, I'll eventually pretty quickly stop watching Farscape, and then I'll just find some other old TV show, because there's kind of nothing new worth watching. And I don't expect anything new to be worth watching. Yeah, and that's pretty much all I've been doing. I'm still playing the cell phone games on my phone. Same old, same old. They did update Star Trek Lower Decks with a new scenario or two, at least 2 new scenarios, but I'm going to very quickly burn through them again, and I wouldn't be surprised if it is another month or 2 before there's any new content happening there again. Tinka Fuma, as an adult game, has been updated to another event, and there is a interesting and very silly element that they've added to Tinka Fuma in their event, in that as you progress in the event, you unlock this tap the screen rhythm game. So there is a button on the bottom left, and a button on the bottom right, where you would tap with your thumbs and do like DDR. There would be a either tap or hold icon showing up, and you just tap the screen when you see tap, and you hold when you see the hold icon for the full line of the hold. Which in any other game, this would just straight up be a rhythm game. And the first time you do it for the first song, it is just straight up a rhythm game. But then the second time you do it, they have one of the anime waifu girls on the screen, and they make it very obvious that she is bent over facing away from you, and you are straight up smacking, slapping, spanking her behind. And it being an actual adult game with actual nudity in it, it eventually has her tight underpants disappear, and you are just smacking and spanking her bare behind in definitely more of a sexual mentality, not a violent mentality. Regardless, because you're combining a tap rhythm game with what is being depicted, it just creates this scenario that on normal mode or hard mode, where in hard mode you have to do a lot more tapping, smacking, slapping, whatever you want to call it. But even in normal mode, you were just slapping this poor girl way too much. Yeah. Way too much. Like, it is an insanely abusive amount of slaps. Like, because of the video game aspect to it. Like, most bondage that you will see, as far as spanking and slapping, you're talking no more than a dozen hits, and probably not hard hits in most bondage in the first place. It's there's a lot of hopefully padding and proper tools being used there to not just create massive amounts of damage to skin and tissue. Like you don't want, most people don't want a session that ends with the entire buttocks being just deep purple bruised, which would be the case. And a lot of light bondage slapping and spanking is done with like the least amount of force at all, that it really is just effectively tickling, as close to tickling as you might get, stroking, just stimulating, like. But yeah, the amount that you're hitting the animated waifu girl there, it's incredibly abusive and way too much. It would be more than you would be legally allowed to do if you were caning someone, unless you were literally caning someone to death in one of those Asian countries that still does caning. Like when you're talking about like 40 lashes in the Bible, even that would have had to have been administered through multiple sessions, or some other thought would have been taken. Yeah, they probably would have put some extra effort into it to not end up killing somebody just from the 40 lashes alone. Let's see. I guess I want to summon one. Can I even attack this turn? Yeah. But yeah, I guess I still am also playing 7 Mortal Sins, but every time it updates something, I really just feel like I should give up on it. There's just no way I'm ever going to catch up on around the massive amount of like content that this is 23. What this would be 28, so let's not summon that yet. Yeah, they just have too many collectibles, too many items in 7 Mortal Sins, and nothing really pushing me to do the story mode. Kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh! In that case, there's just no real reason to do the story mode. Wait a minute. How can I summon this? Interesting, so there must be another strategy here that I haven't seen before and hadn't figured out. I do think that there's a way, I'm not going to make any promises here, but I do think there's a way, as I am doing these Sudoku puzzles, that I'm going to burn myself out in one way of doing Sudoku puzzles, which is fine, yeah. Once I'm done doing all the free packs, I am almost certainly not going to do any more content until these episodes air. They're so long, it does make an argument that that could be my only pre-recorded footage on my daily releases, Monday through Friday releases. But if people aren't interested in Sudoku, then I really just am increasingly not going to have an audience there. Which I don't really have an audience as far as my pre-recorded footage at the moment, so whatever. But yeah, I could see myself burning out on Sudoku and then maybe finding a way to be more interested in going back to programming and working on my Smart on Air sign. After that, I should try to find a path back to finishing that project. I am still like investigating the Lego Museum camera concept, where you could rent out a camera or be given a camera. The Adafruit camera that they're working on, though, which could be custom programmed in such a way that people couldn't walk off with it, and it wouldn't save images to an SD card that could be stolen. That concept, how much do I really need to do here? I'm just going to play around with this and see what happens here. So this can be summoned with +2 level 4 monsters. So if I could get 2 level 4 monsters on the field, which I guess I never really do, then that gets you back into that cycle, which then quite possibly is pointless. If you do get back into that path, seems like then you can load back into the card you had before. And if we were going to do this and then this, massive amount of cards back into the graveyard. But weirdly, it doesn't seem like I can then. I still have enough cards to make me special summon anything else. Anyways, yeah, the Lego camera idea, the one that Adafruit is building, it kind of has a problem, and this is probably either a problem you just have to admit to it, in that it is a do-it-yourself build stem type project, in that it only has a 5 megapixel sensor on the camera, which, yeah, there's a lot of cheating we know that happens on iPhones, but iPhones are claiming 54 megapixels, and regardless of the amount of cheating and assistance and just extra horsepower and CPU automatically touching up and adjusting exposure on photos, iPhones are just, for many years, known as the best camera. So if you are making 5 megapixel JPEGs as a camera image at quality, in modern time, in 2024 is so low. Now it does look like on the Adafruit ones that you could swap out the camera module, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't really have any better camera modules. I also wouldn't be surprised if an ESP32 just cannot handle any higher megapixels. And yeah, so I'd like to see that be addressed. I'd like to say, hey, we have a different camera module you can plug in and update here for a little bit more money, and we will have the driver support for the hardware there, so it will work. Otherwise, it just makes a lot more sense to have people hand old iPhones to kids to take pictures and then just connecting it to one iCloud account. If you're programming in Python, which I'm going to assume also includes CircuitPython for the do-it-yourself camera, there is a way to send through Python images to Google Drive, which is not exactly Google Photos, but close enough. And then there is a way to send photos to iCloud. And outside of those two options, a memoryless camera you can build yourself could just be a web page server where the camera itself acts as an access point, and then the parents would just connect to the Wi-Fi access point and see all the pictures that the kid was taking, which honestly, in that case, it probably would be 1 or 2 pictures before the internal memory would be full. So I don't think that really is a valid solution at that point. You probably, in that case, if you wanted it just to act as a personal web server access point, you probably then would want to glue in some kind of micro SD card into it and hide the fact that there is a micro SD card in the camera. But I think that is part of the flaw in where that would work. It makes sense is unless you have the Adafruit camera open up so you can see all the components and see that there is no memory card and see that there's just a weird battery that wouldn't really work for anything else. People would just assume that there's something valuable in it. Still, little kids would still totally assume that there's something valuable in it too. I also don't think that there's a direct way to make an iPhone geo-lock itself to a location and shut down when it leaves the location. Certainly you have the Find My iPhone issue and lock your iPhone, shut it down situation. These are all probably issues that directly have been thought about for museums like the Lego Museum, as in part why they don't do that. You'd think Disney World, if there was a smart way to do this, Disney World would be handing cameras to kids to take pictures. Although in Disney World's case in particular, kids standing in line to go on a ride or taking pictures in the middle of the ride is just distracting them from the rides. So maybe the whole concept is flawed and unwelcome. There definitely are plenty of old people who get upset when they see other people taking fan photos, knowing that those family photos are probably never going to be looked at, which in fairness, that is a core concern, is that a lot of people do act like they're going to go back and look at the photos, and they never really do. But I think part of that is just because people are not thinking on the longer scale. On a longer scale, I do believe that grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-great-grandchildren would like photos of older people, and you're going to lose so much of it if you have 1,000 photos of yourself today. If you were just taking a photo every day and putting it on Facebook, so much of that is going to potentially be lost or ignored that that you may only have 2 or 3 photos, and that is currently exactly the situation. That most people's grandparents, great-grandparents, are all have 1, maybe 2 photos, or not probably 2, but they have like 1 photo book that may have 30 or 40 photos for their entire life. And I certainly have seen it in older people that, particularly when somebody dies, their spouse, their children, they want to go back and look at that. Let's go ahead and see if that does anything for us. Special summon something from the graveyard. Let's see if this works too. I feel like if I had played that in a different order, that would have worked better. I think for the accountability section too, it's also worth pointing out that my mind, as far as ideas and thoughts and side projects, has just been going wild in the past few months. It definitely is not as focused around just spending another 10 years on making a YouTube channel. I don't know if my YouTube channel really is 10 years old, but spending another year even just making a YouTube channel. And I've had a lot of thoughts of these could be projects, but I'm not actually finishing them or even starting them. But there is obviously a desire for a slightly different hobby. I've been watching a lot of streaming TV in the past few months too. One thing certainly I'm thinking about is getting a Steam Deck, and then that would also be some projects. And then there might be very much some basic usage on the Steam Deck where I'm doing Sudoku puzzles just for my own personal enjoyment on the Steam Deck while my computer is uploading YouTube shorts or something like that. Which, on the face of it, that is insane. Like, I really can't buy a Steam Deck, particularly an OLED version, which is what I'd like to get, just to do Sudoku puzzles when my computer is processing things. I would want to play other kinds of games, and then if I'm going to do that, I need to figure out how I'm going to do that. What I would do with that. Like, on some level, if I had a Steam Deck, it would make a lot of sense to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel more off screen. I have zero motivation to do that at all. Yeah. So then, if I was playing a game that I've already covered, but then there's some reason why I would want to play more of it, I don't know of what that game would be. at all. It doesn't. Yeah, nothing comes to mind. What would come to mind would be probably just playing older games, that Nintendo games, in particular ROMs, in emulation would make the most sense for the Steam Deck. And even on that aspect, it's not like there's a ton of throwback games I want to play. Yes, I'm fine to spend 5 minutes playing Punch-Out from the NES, or even like 5 minutes playing Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, or 3, but I don't really want to, on a Steam Deck, spend several hours trying to beat Super Mario Bros. 3. Or, yeah. I probably would be best to dive into like Super NES games, which I never played when I was a kid. I didn't have a Super NES, which that was the one Nintendo console I missed out on, including the Virtual Boy. I did have a Virtual Boy, just skipped the Super NES for some reason. I never went back and tried to correct it. And obviously I stopped after the Wii, so I don't have a Wii U. It's very possible with all the different variants of Game Boys that I don't have every style of Game Boy that existed. I've been thinking about my Nintendo collection recently, and I've forgotten so much that's there. And once I've given it a couple days to think about, I'm like, oh yeah, I had this and I had this. Because when I first started thinking about it, I was like, yeah, I don't think I really have any games at all. I think I have like 18 NES games. And then the more I'm thinking about it, I'm like, there's no way that's right. No way whatsoever. Like, I would have had to have had at least a dozen Wii games and Virtual Boy games and Game Boy games, probably galore. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I had like 50 or 60 Game Boy games. And now that I'm thinking about it, I wouldn't be surprised if I have at least a dozen Game Boys of different versions, different colors. Like, I had a Nintendo DS. I had at least one Nintendo DS, so there would have had to been some DS games. I had a Nintendo 64, and yeah, I think there's at least 3 dozen Nintendo 64 games. Yeah. Now, there is an auction that happened a few years ago that had like 10,000 games, and I'm not gonna, for even a second, pretend like I had anywhere close to 10,000 games in my Nintendo collection, particularly since I was mostly focused around buying toys and memorabilia, things that at some point I'd want to see end up in a museum, because they would have been the things that would have gotten thrown away or destroyed or played with to death way more often. Like, and I think my guess back in '85 or so, when I got the crazy idea to start collecting Nintendo on that aspect, I think my guess was probably right on that aspect. There are today plenty of people that have video game collections that are just the games. Maybe some of the games are mint in box. I don't know if people really care that much as far as whether you're a shelf collector that's just putting things on the shelf and never opening them and playing the video games, or whether you're, which that's a new phrase I just heard, but shelf collector. I probably should have been a shelf collector and put things in box. But no, I totally wasn't. I kept the boxes for a lot of things, a lot of games, but definitely not all of them. And it's not like a Nintendo collection even now has enough people willing to hand over cash to buy it. Like, there are going to be the lucky few that have really, really good shape, really, really large collections that might sell at auction for a high amount, and then everybody else is probably going to struggle to sell their collections if they wanted to do that. I definitely don't think I'm retiring off of my Nintendo collection. This needs to be our last game, just because we spent so much time. Even if we just get a quick victory here, this needs to be our last game. And that should be fine, because I think we probably have done all the daily quests. I'd like to see games with daily quests like this have a system and mechanic where you could push it a little bit further. Diminished returns almost certainly needs to be the way of it going, but not 100%. You can do 3 daily quests to get this much gems, and then you can't do anything more. That, at the very least, one thing that was nice about Hearthstone was that every 3 victories would give you like 50 extra gems, or 30 gems to buy a pack. And I guess that is also true with Yu-Gi-Oh, but the amount is way less. Like 3 games in this will give you maybe 15 gems, and you need 100 to buy a single pack, where you were getting, I think, about 30 every time you got 3 victories in Hearthstone. 30 gems for 100 gems a pack. Plus, Hearthstone games had at least much higher possibilities of being shorter. Yu-Gi-Oh games are way too long. Which in part, that's an argument to go back to Hearthstone. But I don't think I'd want to do that. I'd rather make forward progression and try something, either a different type of game altogether, or just a different collectible card game. I guess I probably should have put that one face down in defense mode. It would have protected me. We are kind of in a weird position as far as video game news. Double Fine still feels like something big is potentially going to happen here. In particular, they're promoting Psychonauts 2, but then they've also got Tim Schafer going on podcast, and maybe Tim Schafer is out at Double Fine. They've split off Dave the Devs into a non-profit, and I think the rumor is his Kind of Funny Games and his the Min-Max show that Tim Schafer's on. There definitely are only specific friends of Double Fine that Tim Schafer, or friends of Tim Schafer that Tim Schafer is going on. He's not. There really isn't a full round press tour you even could do in the mainstream video game journalist industry. The closest thing that any game dev would have done to a press tour would have been to go to E3 and just take a whole bunch of interviews, or go on a lot of podcasts that happened around E3 at the same time during E3 in the hotel rooms. And even that happened very rarely. There is also a rumor that some of the Double Fine games are just going to come to PlayStation 5, as the rumor continues to expand, that they're thinking of potentially putting much, if not everything, eventually from Microsoft on multiple platforms, which honestly Microsoft had already kind of said that, so they were being more inconsistent, frankly, by announcing new games in the past 6 months that wouldn't have been on multiple platforms. Because you could definitely have seen the writing on the wall probably 2 years ago, if not much earlier, that Xbox is just not selling that well in Japan and in particular, and never has. Xbox was seemingly never selling better than the PlayStation 5, except for in the points when the PlayStation 5 was just having major shortages. So the trigger certainly would have been once the PlayStation 5 was freely abundant to be purchased, which happened, I would say 7 or 8 months ago. That would have been the point where Microsoft should have said, you know what, we're just gonna start bringing more games to the PS5 now, and we're gonna go multi-console. They were holding off, certainly, I think, to try to get a few more hardware sales with the Activision Blizzard merger, and I think they probably thought they would get more hardware sales with the Activision Blizzard merger. Xbox Series X and the naming scheme is ridiculous, and it's time for them to put the Xbox series of consoles to bed and try to announce either something that's portable to go in line with the Xbox, or a new console series that isn't just gonna feel like it is yet another incremental improvement on the Xbox. Backward compatibility, I think, also kills a lot of that idea, in that it's hard to justify buying if they came out with an Xbox Series XX, which that would be an interesting title, because then that would imply that the next Xbox would be Xbox Series Triple X. It would also probably be a dumb idea, because then Series XX would be like X chromosome, so Series male, and they would want to pander to females a little bit more than that. They could call it like X2, and that would be a decent name, frankly, if they were going to come out with new hardware. Just call it the X2. Get rid of the series, get rid of the Xbox. We'll have the X in the name as a flashback to the Xbox series, but let's get to a much smaller title. They probably can't copyright or patent or trademark X2, so might be some problems there. But yeah, you could certainly just have the Microsoft X2 as a new console, and that would be the biggest announcement and twist, certainly, of this presentation. Would be if you did have them announce a new hardware, when all the speculation is actually going the exact opposite direction and de-emphasizing hardware. It would be hard for them to kind of announce new hardware too, also, because it would just be only incrementally better as far as the actual CPU, GPU, without any improvement, unless there was just some major improvement they could do on ray tracing or higher resolutions or HDR graphics, much of which people may not really care about. This secret to deal over 8,000 damage in a single attack must be new. Take control of your opponent's must be new, and first turn kill must be new. It feels like all of these secrets are new secrets that have been added, because over the course of 2 years I definitely have won first turn kills at least 5 times. I would think I would have. I absolutely would have taken control of opponent's monsters at least more than 62 times, and dealing over 8,000 damage in a single attack is easy. Some of these more lifetime achievements still will just take forever. Yeah, if we were to look at these scales at the 2-year anniversary, some of these lifetime achievements are assuming that the game is going to go on for 4 years, or at least 3.5 years, which Konami definitely has the pockets to do that, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they do just get bored and make a new Yu-Gi-Oh game to replace Master Duel that's slightly different. They have announced that they were going to re-release a bunch of the old Yu-Gi-Oh games, so they can distract themselves with that for a while. But yeah, I don't think we'll even see like major collaboration or anything like that. And how do you get... Yeah, there's just like nothing more to do with this. This came and went way too fast. And it does look like all these numbers have gone up. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if these numbers are kind of animated. But yeah, that whole event just came and went and just didn't matter. And 2 years in, they still have never done anything in the gift box. I've never received anything for the gift box. I imagine you get things if you buy packs through like the Apple Store or the Google Store in the gift box. But the Rookie and Returner event, there's just like no way to get to the screen from the main page, it seems. But yeah, I'll highlight my code one more time. 3 Feb FEB 1766. Yeah. I don't know if there's really anybody I'd even want to heavily encourage to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! Unless you already were in the Yu-Gi-Oh! And you were just not playing it. Yeah, to get to it, you have to click on this icon. Then you still don't have quite enough gems to open up the pre-built deck 3 times. And then the limited sell here. And then there just being nothing else to purchase. It's kind of crazy that they don't even have an option here to spend $100 if you wanted to spend $100. You'd have to buy basically this bundle and then this bundle to spend $100. Or you could just buy this 3 times and then this once and you'd be slightly over $100. Alright, let's cover the news. I already started late, so we need to continue. The new guy in charge of YouTube, Neil Mohan, put out a letter, and that seems to be probably better for my taste. I definitely don't want to just come off as sexist and be nicer to Neil Mohan as the new CEO of YouTube compared to Susan Wojcicki, who was the previous CEO of YouTube. But I think Neil Mohan is more behind the camera and less interested in rubbing elbows with either big YouTubers or celebrities like The Rock, like Susan Wojcicki was trying to do. So him being just a behind-the-scenes CEO, I think, is a little bit better. That being said, most of the criticisms you could throw at Susan Wojcicki still could be thrown at Neil Mohan for for this past year. In that YouTube in general has just failed to support creators other than the biggest of the biggest creators. They are paying a lot more lip service to the idea of helping content creators monetize themselves and make some money and actually support themselves financially, but most of that is in scam scammy things, at least super chat things, Patreon ripoff type things in memberships. That I won't say being able to connect like a Shopify store and sell merchandise is as scammy, but it's still very much kind of scammy on YouTube's side, because they're getting a cut, like for every super chat, every membership, every shop, every merchandise sale. I'm sure they're getting some cut on that. Everything that's been suggested lately as far as YouTube content creators monetizing has been, how can you squeeze your audience, most of your audience is going to be poor, how are you going to squeeze them for more money so that YouTube can get more money, instead of YouTube being a platform with advertising first and foremost, being able to sell ads on content that's being created and pay the content creator a reasonable large portion of that ad sales. Like, yeah, it is very much YouTube in a lot of cases throwing up their hands and saying, I don't know, why don't you go and make some money and then give me a cut of it, when it is very much the case that content creators are already busy and working, and it's tipping culture, I suppose, in a lot of ways, like super thanks and super chats. That's literally just tipping culture that they're encouraging, where instead of a restaurant owner paying his employees a reasonable wage, the restaurant owner is trying to shame the patrons, the restaurant goers, into tipping to make up for the fact that the waiters and wait staff are not being paid correctly. Anyways, Neil Mohan's fourth bet was, he's replied backwards here, protecting the creator community, which is just always going to be a focus here. They don't want, in part they need to stop the people who are impersonators and scammers, WhatsApp scammers that post comments in even medium-sized YouTubers videos, but majorly they're just not interested in another Suicide Forest video getting on YouTube and creating another controversy that then advertisers can use as an excuse to negotiate lower advertisement rates. Inherently, advertisers do just want lower advertisement rates altogether, and advertisers, I think, are also just realizing that advertising is too expensive and doesn't work as well as people had been led to believe, or people pretended it did. On the idea of protecting the creator economy, we now know, it's been announced that Joe Rogan is not going to be Spotify exclusive, so at least clips of Joe Rogan, I imagine, from Joe Rogan directly will start showing up back on YouTube, if not the entire podcast back on YouTube. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next 12 months we see that Joe Rogan is not allowed to be monetized or completely demonetized by YouTube for doing or saying something under this banner of protecting the creator economy, and under just the general censorship that YouTube almost certainly will try and engage with, unless they've been firing a lot of people, so maybe they fired enough people that there might be a shift of culture in YouTube. But I would definitely put my bet on the the upcoming United States presidential election being just a completely locked down time for YouTube, and anybody who doesn't toe the party line perfectly will probably get demonetized. And I wouldn't be surprised if even people who are towing YouTube's party line perfectly are going to be demonetized, down to the point where in the past it really has been, if you want to talk about US politics at all, you're going to just be demonetized unless you are MSNBC, CNN on YouTube. Then they get free passes, but everybody else would be demonetized heavily. I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly where this is going to go, and you'll probably see the likes of more right-leaning, more conservative, more Trump-supporting people increasingly being demonetized or moving to another platform. Not that there really is another platform that's actually going to compete with YouTube. Their third bet is YouTube's next frontier is the living room and subscriptions. This has been a continuing trend in which they want YouTube to change drastically from what it is, which is YouTube content creators creating YouTube content into mainstream TV and movie content creators creating movie and TV style content that would feel more at home being watched in the living room, and content that would be traditionally sold by a cable subscription or a streaming subscription, which I'm just not that kind of consumer for YouTube at all. I have never sat down and watched anything that was an actual TV channel, TV show, or a TV series or a movie on YouTube, with perhaps the exception of Taskmaster, which is just easy to watch on YouTube. That is the only content that was Taskmaster. No, 8 out of 10 cats. So yeah, there's some British shows that you either have to pay way too much for BritBox and you may still not get those shows, or you watch them on YouTube for free. So yeah, Would I Lie to You is another one I watch. So yeah, British shows, British panel shows. That's what I watch on YouTube, but not enough that I would pay even a penny to make that really be what I think of when I think of YouTube. Then also, they say they believe that creators should be recognized as the next generation studios. They're redefining the future of entertainment industry with top-notch storytelling, and that can't be dismissed as simple user-generated content. Which it's an odd sentiment, I would say, on that statement. But because the last thing I want is what we kind of have seen with like Good Mythical Morning and Rhett and Link, in that they've become just ever larger as a production company and hired more and more people, and they've just tried to spin off into entire secondary shows, and it's just too big, and frankly just too much of an investment, too much success in one couple of people's hands. Like, ideally I'd like to see YouTube be much more democratized than that, and Rhett and Link still mostly just being two people in front of a camera, and I could see them having like one person behind the camera and an editor. But once the Good Mythical Morning has like 5 people behind the camera, which I think is about how many they do have behind the camera at any one time, and then they have an entire side channel that is just constantly cooking and making food to make content for what they're eating, and then they have Sporked as an entire website that they've launched to make web articles to link back to their videos. They've just gotten so big, and yeah, it is just a TV production studio, a TV production company. Yep. On the face of this too, there's this flaw. because this inherently is the corporations or people line of thinking. We believe individual human beings, which we're calling creators, should be recognized as not human being corporations, as in studios. Yeah. That there is this rich mentality that I don't know if rich people consciously recognize this, but they see corporations, they see businesses as being better than an individual, and we really should be seeing individuals being better than corporations by far, and it way more important. And it's just not really thought on those lines by most people in the United States, at least. The real statement I would make here would be creators should be recognized as better than studios, than TV and movie studios. Not that they are going to be the exact same thing, but just younger in the next generation. They definitely are not going to be the next thing. And that's, I guess, their 3 big bets, with the 4th big bet starting using AI to empower human creativity. We want to help everyone create. Yeah. So that's the new CEOs of YouTube's priorities. Almost certainly AI being handed down as a mandate to everybody, every subsidiary of Google, to mention AI. If not handed down as a mandate, every CEO being shrewd enough to realize that everybody else is talking about AI, so they have to talk about AI. I wouldn't be surprised if absolutely nothing happens in the next year that in any way is actually AI related and would in any way help content creators create things. There is some room for AI to be helpful if all of a sudden you had an personalized AI thumbnail generator that would make thumbnails for your channel that were very consistent and very clickable and kind of clickbaity. Of course, that would just raise the amount of clickbaitiness every other person's thumbnail is. Yeah, there's one person I subscribed to recently on YouTube that their thumbnail is so boring. I'm potentially going to just unsubscribe from them because I don't think I'm ever going to click on any of their videos. They would have been better to not have a thumbnail at all. It's such just like a bland solid color with nothing being said or going on. Other things AI could do but we probably won't see would be like artificial intelligence doing a better job of translating the audio and auto dubbing into other languages. We are potentially getting closer to that technology being viable. And then more likely, if AI is going to be integrated, it's more likely going to just be, here's some AI prompts of titles that we suggest you should make a video on. And it's just going to push more and more content creators to try and follow trends and try and just be more memey, for lack of a better term. Just follow the current meta, follow the current memes. But yeah, there's no real mention here of expanding the YouTube Partner Program, which they really should do. There's no real mention here of more ways to advertise or better ways to advertise. We probably need better ways more than we need more ways. There's no mention here as far as making it easier to organize and make content. If you've made even a moderate amount of content, after about your 30th video in YouTube Studio, you're on the second page and it's just unmanageable by the 31st video. There are no folders, playlists are on a separate page in YouTube Studio, and so you can't really sort things into playlists. There is also been an increased push of getting podcast and audio first RSS feed podcasts into YouTube. Spotify seems to YouTube, at least, it seems like YouTube thinks Spotify may be getting close to falling apart, and that we will see a lot more people going back to publishing via RSS podcasts and just being in more place, being on YouTube. It's probably in part because they're just trying to make YouTube Music work, as I think they shut down Google Music. It's also weird that you have like Mr. Beast here saying in the last 3 years YouTube has shared over $70 billion in ad revenue with people who upload on their platform. This has changed mine and millions of others' lives. Such a beautiful stat. I severely question whether it's actually even millions of people that are in the YouTube's partner program. And they definitely, I mean, technically anything could change somebody's lives. And you can make the argument that the YouTube partner program changed my life because I was in it for a brief time and got like $100. Or it changed my life because I've not been in it, and then there's just been a struggle / bitterness of not being in it once I was kicked out, because they changed the stats. They kicked out a lot of small content creators, and they're probably never going to crack that and lower the entry requirements. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to have Mr. Beast say this. $70 billion probably is a very small amount of money over the last 3 years too. I'm sure YouTube is making a lot more. Maybe they're spending a lot more on hosting fees and stuff like that, but at a certain point that just gets to Hollywood math. The movie and TV industry is probably far into the trillions of dollars for the last 3 years. And then, yeah, he says, you know how much we love supporting creators. Here's to more good things ahead this year, which means nothing and says nothing. And the sad fact here is that I do know how much YouTube loves to support creators, which is very little. They are begrudgingly paying any money to content creators. If YouTube had gotten away with it and there had been no competition at all, YouTube would have still been the service that it launched as, where you could only upload 10-minute videos and there was no way you were going to get monetized at all. It wasn't even a question. Let's talk about some actual video games though, 2 hours into the stream. Foam Stars is now on the PS4 and PS5. It'll be interesting to see if we start to see some reviews or feedback on it. Weird that it didn't come out with a little bit more fanfare, and arguably maybe it should have just straight up delayed itself to get away from Power World, but some game would have had to been the next major game to launch since Power World. According to Video Games Chronicle, Switch's Mario RPG remake has already comfortably outsold the original. The new version cleared the Super NES original in just 6 weeks. In fairness, I don't think that they marketed with Square Enix developing Mario RPG originally, Super Mario RPG originally. I don't think Square Enix and Nintendo really promoted that game much. They definitely didn't feel like they wanted it to be a big success compared to any of the other Mario games that were already on the Super NES. Here you can see the original Mario RPG wasn't even released in Europe. So it does probably say something about Square Enix's involvement in Super Mario RPG Remake, it probably being 0, which probably means that Square Enix has no claim to any of the rights to Super Mario RPG, which is probably true. But even at that, Nintendo, I think it was feeling petty, and this Cloud character, this puppet character, both just never used again, never appeared again. Ironically, there is a character named Cloud in Final Fantasy, so maybe that was a joke reference. Kamen Rider game named Ride Commons has been announced for the iOS and Android, which is probably not big enough news to talk about. Nintendo claims that the Switch is its main business entering 2024, as the console has cleared 139 million. Mario Wonder also debuted with nearly 12 million sales, and Mario RPG with 3 million. So the numbers are getting reported here, and they are doing very well. The best-selling games list here, as far as Video Games Chronicle can get, doesn't look like it's changed too much. Tears of the Kingdom taking the number 9 spot, which I would have kind of thought maybe Tears of the Kingdom would have surpassed Breath of the Wild, but I guess it hasn't yet, and maybe it won't. It's not uncommon for sequels to sell less than the original, the first games in the series, because sequels would push people to go back and buy the original game if they hadn't played it before. Whereas people who played the original and don't really want more aren't likely to play a sequel. We've got several Pokemon, Shield and Sword and Scarlet and Violet, taking up spots. Mario Party doing well. Mario Wonder not on the list yet, but probably will be. Tencent, according to GameDeveloper.com, has taken control of Sword of Legends developer Wangyan Shentang. The Chinese conglomerate is expanded on its home soil, which this is coming from the South China Morning Post, which probably means it's true, but I don't know if Tencent's really accomplishing too much there, other than just being a bigger corporation in China to be a bigger corporation. Tencent already has what I would suspect is the maximum amount of influence it can have in China, which unfortunately is, for Tencent, not that much, because you still have the heavy censorship and government rulings and control in China, and the inconsistency as far as who's making the rules and who's changing the rules around video games in particular in China. So if Tencent literally was a monopoly and it was the only Chinese video game company and it owned all the other subsidiaries of Chinese video game companies, it still doesn't really change Tencent's position much, other than maybe it means that there's maybe some more money it could have to then try to expand its influence outside of China, which is obviously the case why we see Tencent investing in so many foreign companies. Let's see, Kerbal Space Program 2 has gotten another update. I don't know why they're really bothering. All enthusiasm for Kerbal Space Program 2 at this point is completely gone. The long early access feel to it is a problem for a sequel, and the poor launch lost most people's interest, which is a shame, because if I thought Kerbal Space Program 2 had a bunch more features as Kerbal Space Program 1 did compared to Kerbal Space Program 1, and was maybe a little bit easier to go through the entire process from beginning to end, I might engage with playing a scenario there and giving it a try. But when there's just no enthusiasm for the game at all, there's just no reason to do that. It is, I think, also worth pointing out that the people who are in charge of making Kerbal Space Program 1, they all got fired, I think, or left for one reason or other. And yet they didn't, so far they have not succeeded in making what would be considered a spiritual successor to Kerbal Space Program 1, and under a different brand or name. If they did that, and if they made it a little bit better than Kerbal Space Program 1, then you would have seen the audience that was growing around Kerbal Space Program 1 move over to that spiritual successor, but there's been no announcement at all like that. I'm pretty sure Kerbal Space Program 2 is also an Epic Games Store exclusive, if not owned in part by Epic now. Here we already see, according to Video Games Chronicle, that apparently some major Xbox influencers, which I could not name a single person who would be an Xbox influencer in the first place, so I don't think they're influencing that many people in the first place, have reportedly just very early pulled support over multi-platform rumors. They haven't even waited to confirm that the multi-platform rumors are true, which, if this is actually the case, it shows that influencers are flippant and didn't really care or have any real love for the Xbox, which is fine. You really shouldn't have any kind of like brand loyalty nonsense in your brain in the first place. But it definitely seems like they're ready to jump ship. Your average gamer seems like they want to play either on PC or PS5. Xbox has always just been an also-ran possibility. Do we have an actual list of these influencers? This may also just be the meta right now, to put out a video saying you're leaving the Xbox. Clob Pro is seemingly seems to be the person, and this Duel seems to be known for creating fake Xbox marketing images, which apparently are regularly shared by Xbox bosses. So I would assume this is Duel. Nope, this is YouTuber Doc Dark. I don't know either one of these people. These are just not the kind of people I follow, and maybe I should follow them, but yeah, seems like Video Games Chronicles is mentioning 2 people I don't know. That's hardly a large number of people, and frankly, if all the Xbox influencers pulled support, it wouldn't affect me in one bit. But I do probably lean to agreeing with the sentiment that if Microsoft does come out and say we don't see our future as hardware anymore, and as such we are going to go more multi-platformer, that will move a lot of people to PS5. Probably not that many people. It will help gamers overall though. Like, we gotta admit that consoles are very expensive, and a lot of kids, let's think of the children here for a second. A lot of kids can get a PlayStation or they can get an Xbox for Christmas, but they cannot get a PlayStation and an Xbox. And you're already in a situation where most kids probably should have a Switch and a PlayStation, just because Nintendo is never going to be multi-platform. It'd be funny if Microsoft went multi-platform and then Nintendo went multi-platform too. There's no reason why Nintendo would do that, however. And frankly, it would be a little dangerous for Microsoft to go multi-platform either. They're putting a lot of faith and trust into the new guy in charge of Sony Interactive Entertainment actually being somebody you can work with. Otherwise, there is this possibility that the new guy in charge of Sony will just try to have more and more exclusives on the Sony to create a crushing blow to an Xbox. But yeah, we still are very much in the situation where people just need to wait and see what they say. Yeah, it almost certainly is going to just be a boring middle ground announcement where they say, you know what, we've decided for more games we will go multi-platform, or we'll go multi-platform, but there will be a timed exclusivity on the Xbox, so you'll get it first on Xbox. We may hear the phrase get it first on Xbox, play it first on Xbox happening and being overemphasized. But yeah, I seriously doubt the wilder speculations are going to happen, that they would fully pull out of hardware, or that they would announce the already panned and leaked disk drive-less Xbox Series X version as being the new hardware to get. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says that Switch is now the best-selling system of all time in Japan. It's now 15 million units away from being the global all-time best-selling system, which, what beats the Switch at this point then? Nothing. Yeah, the Switch, what would be the global all-time selling system? It would have to be either the PlayStation 1 or the PlayStation 2, and Switch is going to beat that, which is a major achievement because of the fact that the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 were bought very often because they could play CD-ROMs and because they could play DVDs. So there was a large audience there that weren't even interested in using it as primarily as a video game console. Yep. Of course, the more the Switch sells now, the more there's already a saturation for a Nintendo console that's pretty still playable. Like, no little kid is going to complain if you handed them an original Switch as a gift. And yes, they will complain as soon as the Switch 2 comes out, but there is, unless the Switch 2 just has a majorly different offering, it's going to be hard to convince parents to buy a Switch 2 for kids that already have a Switch and potentially buy a Switch original version and a Switch OLED version. And this would be potentially the third Nintendo console that feels just like a Switch, if it does feel like a Switch. Now, on a certain level, DF Retro was talking about, well, there's a rumor that it will have an 8-inch screen. If the Switch has an 8-inch screen, then the Joy-Cons would not fit on the edges, more than likely, of an 8-inch screen. That you would have to make either bigger Joy-Cons that were longer to match the width of the screen, or you're going to just have to connect controllers directly to the device, which I think connecting controllers directly to the device definitely makes sense. I don't think the Joy-Con HD motion sensing and the pointing forward towards a to make it a Wiimote, or the infrared sensor on the back of it, I don't think any of that really matters. And honestly, even NFC, as far as hardware, doesn't need to be in the Joy-Cons, considering also how much the Joy-Cons broke, how often they broke. More of the technology should be in the back of the screen than the main unit if you have detachable controllers. I did look at this ESP Now technology that is a way to send information without really having to connect to a Wi-Fi access point. It's just a direct direct signal. The problem with ESP now, though, is it is limited to like 260 bytes. It's a ridiculously small amount of data that you can send in this technology. It's designed to send like one number, one signal, like, and that's it. And maybe just continuously send that one signal without having to connect to a Wi-Fi and deal with interfering with Wi-Fi traffic and being on the internet. But it's not fast enough, I imagine, for even something like a new Nintendo, where you could get away from just using Bluetooth or NFC to send data. And I could see them getting rid of NFC, but they're not going to get rid of Bluetooth. So I would expect that a new Nintendo Switch, if it is a Switch 2, if it is a portable device at all, probably will have a direct connection, Wi-Fi 6E or Wi-Fi 7 capability, and will still have Bluetooth connection to let you connect and send data on top of connecting to Bluetooth headphones, which is the main reason of Bluetooth connection. I don't think the Switch 2 will have cell phone signals in it, but it might have like a AirTag type technology into it. And I don't know if it really needs wireless charging, but it might be nice if that was a possibility. But honestly, for the Switch 2, I wouldn't say put wireless charging in it. Even with the new Key 2 standards, it's just going to get hot and be slow on that case, when you could have higher charging rates by just plugging in a better USB-C charger into the device. The newest of Bluetooth standards for a new Switch 2 would be appreciated too, because they just now, years into Bluetooth, they just now are getting to the point where they can actually send audio to multiple people at the same time, so, or receive audio from multiple sources at the same time. So potentially you could have 2-3 kids with Bluetooth headphones in their ears, listening to the same Nintendo Switch and looking over the shoulder of people. And if they added that feature, I'm sure Nintendo would want to make some gimmick game that worked around that too. What I'd really like to see in a new Switch, and in most new devices, cell phones, tablets, is fold-up, roll-up screens that actually work and wouldn't break. We're not to the point where that technology makes sense though, but the devices are getting bigger and bigger because we want the screens to be bigger and bigger, and we can't project screens or make holograms. That technology doesn't exist really. But we still would like some way for these devices to fit in pockets and not just be massively large, to the point where you're lugging around a mini briefcase for your Nintendo Switch. Moving on, Square Enix is overhauling its development process to improve game quality. The publisher plans to reduce outsourcing development of major games. On the face of us, Square Enix reevaluating how it does things and trying something different is absolutely where Square Enix needs to go. Square Enix is in a very weird situation in which they have the money, they make polished enough games and good enough games, so it's not really just a quality issue with Square Enix. Most of the time it is an expectations issue in which the Square Enix publishing and CEO and presidents all feel like every single video game should be selling millions of copies more than would realistically be your expectation. And on the case of Square Enix, maybe they should lower their expectations quite a bit and lower their budgets quite a bit. But them thinking of changing things is the right step. The concern here I would have, though, is that the way they speak and the way they act at Square Enix seems to be fairly inconsistent, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is really just a push to have all games built internally inside of Square Enix and not outsource anything, when if they objectively looked at it, maybe the outsourcing teams were doing way better than the internal teams. We will only really know years from now when we see the next Final Fantasy game, whether it is close to the most recent Final Fantasy game or whether it's closer to a better Final Fantasy game. And inherently, there's just a high possibility in my mind that Square Enix is just paying lip service to saying what it thinks people wants to hear, while it won't actually do anything or change its behavior or change its development process at all, and we'll just have the next Square Enix game be about the same as the previous Square Enix games. We did see them act somewhat on this, because the rumor is they've already shut down a mobile Nier game, which maybe that means all future Nier games will be made in-house, and there will be a focus on only making console Nier games instead of potentially there might be a focus to only make console Nier games that are mainline titles instead of making mobile side games. Censored Gaming has this video where he talks about, I didn't get this whole story, but I'm gonna just muddle through this. The South Korea has jailed a man for draft dodging, and I think the man might have been one of them that was in a K-pop group. And let's see, we don't have the full part here. He refused the Korea's mandatory military service, claiming to be a conscientious objector. And then I imagine this is true for anybody who's being drafted in any country, is that the military investigates and goes after conscientious objectors as hard as possible and tries to make examples out of them. And so they've made an example out of this person because he played PUBG Battlegrounds, which they're saying here, and they're making a very stupid argument that I would hope that the Supreme Court would have gone the other way in Korea, but it didn't, which that's perhaps not that surprising. They're saying that because he played the fictional violent video game PUBG's PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, that he is not anti-violence and thus can't be a conscientious objector, and thus he is illegally trying to avoid mandatory military service. Which I think it's also worth pointing out that mandatory military service in Korea probably is not fun, but it is also not like joining the military in the United States and being deployed to Iraq either. That there's a high chance in these kinds of mandatory military service where most of the citizens are just within a few miles of their home, that they're not going to be on the battlefield, they're not going to be in any real threat or danger of actual conflict. I'm pretty sure in the United States, when the draft is actually implemented, last time it was implemented at least, if you claim to be a conscientious objector under the United States law, they still made you join the military. They just made you do things that were non-violent. So instead of doing boot camp and then being a a infantryman on the front line shooting guns. You were doing boot camp, and then you became the chef in the potato pillar. I'm pretty sure they still made you do boot camp even as a conscientious objector, and forced you to march with guns, hold guns, shoot guns in practice. I don't think the military is really that really accommodating to the general idea of being a conscientious objector or being a pacifist. And inherently, during the draft in the United States last time it happened, you would have been much better off dodging the draft by fleeing to Canada or something than being caught up in the system, because as soon as you were caught up in the system, the military was going to have you in their system, and the military is then going to control your life and every aspect of it, and they will ruin you and jail you under military law if you do something they don't like. So yeah. But then last time there was a draft in the United States too, it wasn't as easy as you could just jump on a bus and flee to Canada in most cases, or flee to Mexico or something like that. Most people were somewhat patriotic still at the beginning of the draft, last time there was a draft in the United States, and didn't realize how terrible war was, because we didn't have the news showing how terrible war was back then. And yeah, most of them didn't have enough money to their name that they could even have paid for a bus ticket to go to another city. Inherently, it's also worth pointing out that in the United States in particular, which I know more about than Korean mandatory military service, a significant portion of the military is made up of poor people, minorities, who have no other option, no other better option to do with anything with their lives. This is a video that I'll want to watch to get more details, and I should have watched to get more details, but I wanted to talk about it while it was as fresh as possible. Like, I was thinking about this. At a certain point here, I kind of just want to start retweeting every single censored gaming video, posting it on my channel. I really do want to see censored gaming grow as big as it can be. I don't particularly inherently care who's running censored gaming, as long as it's still being run correctly in my mind, but it is a conversation that needs to just happen over and over again, as there are stories here. Although I'm not sure that this is a roundabout article as far as connecting the censorship, in that effectively this person has been jailed because he is not following a censorship puritanical mentality. Yeah. And this is definitely a bad decision, because this means basically every single person in Korea who claims to be anti-violence, claims to be a conscientious objector, will now be attacked for playing any video game ever. This is on that same level of like the Columbine shooters being claimed that they played video games because they played like Pac-Man once, decades and like 5-10 years earlier than when they did the shooter. Like, and Pac-Man was the game, so it's just like no connection whatsoever. And crazy that somebody potentially would play something as simple as like Pac-Man, and then the military and the Supreme Court of Korea are going to say, well, you can't be a conscientious objector because you played Pac-Man, and Pac-Man is a violent game, which they will push it to that. They will push any video game as being a violent game. This also echoes the general dislike, particularly of older generations of Asians, to the younger generations that are playing video games in general, just dislike of video games. You see it much more in China, but that same mentality is there. There is, from what I hear in Korea, a lot of older Koreans who are trying to control and and maintain extremely anti-video game and just extremely conservative in general mentalities and ways of things going on. The fact that Korea even has mandatory military service because it technically is still at war with North Korea is kind of ridiculous, because there is basically no chance whatsoever that North Korea is going to create a land war with South Korea. And that's basically what a draft would be built around, is the idea that you would need so many soldiers that actually were willing to fight and capable of being able to fight to offset a large number of infantry soldiers in North Korea marching downward, which that just wouldn't happen. You might have North Korean soldiers marching downward, but their guns are not going to have bullets in them. Plus, most North Koreans still know that South Koreans are they're basically their family, their great-great-grand uncles, and they wouldn't so eagerly fight for long. North and South Korea technically are still in a civil war, but it is very much a very different and not as bitter civil war, at least as a United States citizen looking in, compared to the Civil War in the United States. Although, also, it seems like only I heard there a number quoted that only like 8,000 people died in the United States Civil War. That number has to be way wrong. I know there wouldn't have been a lot of people around at that time, but that seems like that is ridiculous and probably easily disprovable. The Battle of Gettysburg alone probably had more than 8,000 casualties or fatalities. Anyways, I need to move on. This is going to be a really long stream. Video Games Chronicle says Hogwarts Legacy has officially cleared Zelda as 2023's best-selling game worldwide. The Wizarding RPG outsold Tears of the Kingdom by around 17 million copies. Interesting. Although, it really does give the wrong impression here, because, and this is something I really would just blame on mainstream video game journalists in the past too, is that this is a headline that implies that Tears of the Kingdom sucks just because it's number 2, when really the implication should be both of these games are doing exceedingly well and neither of these games suck. And if we're going to speak about sucky games, we should mention like Golem as the worst selling game in 2023, which it almost certainly was the worst selling mainstream big game, although small independent Steam Direct games probably have sold worse. If you were going to try and make that chart, you really would just have thousands of games that sold 0 copies. I haven't really heard a lot of people saying anything new about Hogwarts Legacy, but I imagine just because it's a successful and most recent Harry Potter game, it will continue to have success, and it will just come down to Warner Brothers whether they're going to make new new Harry Potter movies or new Harry Potter games, or if AT&T, now owning Warner Brothers, has just changed everything and they move on to a different focus. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a fairly large pivot for Warner Brothers away from the DC universe after Suicide Squad killed the Justice League, but that may just mean that there's more of a pivot towards Mortal Kombat 1 or Mortal Kombat 2 sequel to Mortal Kombat 1. I suspect they probably will try to do Harry Potter things. There are, I think, more opportunities to have spin-off games around Harry Potter, because Harry Potter is really that wizarding world of Harry Potter. So a mobile game that is more card-based makes some sense, and do have that one card game. I just didn't like how that worked. More like WWE Super Card type game with Harry Potter characters, I think, would make sense. And just a mobile game in general might make sense. Now would be the time to let Hogwarts Legacy stand on its own as a console game and a AAA game, and try and make a couple side games that would also play differently or focus differently. I could see side games, in particular, trying to focus on some of the other characters instead of Harry Potter, where you play as either brand new characters or you play as Ron Weasley. I could see maybe even trying to make like a Pokemon RPG type experience in that Harry Potter universe, where you collect spells instead of Pokemons, or maybe you do collect creatures instead of Pokemon. Yeah, it is a little surprising that there isn't a more traditional RPG game around Harry Potter. That kind of would work if you were just dungeon crawling like a Persona game, but Persona but Harry Potter, or Pokemon but Harry Potter. Yeah, there's more meat on that bone if they can just cook it right, I think, as far as Harry Potter goes. And it's not, I haven't heard of any new movie series or book series that have caught people's attention too much. There is an argument that maybe Percy Jackson and the Olympians series should get another push, and we should maybe see some video games based on that. I'm sure they'll try with Lord of the Rings again, or Hobbit, or some spin-off of that. Let's see. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo is seemingly coming today. This article, though, was actually yesterday. And it's a rumor from Wario64. A Final Fantasy VII Rebirth State of Play. Let's see. I think also was happening yesterday. It's either happening right now or it was happening yesterday. Which in particular, I couldn't imagine I really would ever want to play a demo of an RPG game, particularly for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It makes a lot more sense that you would just play Final Fantasy VII Remastered, which is the first game in the Final Fantasy VII trilogy that it seems like it's going to be, and then after you'd played Remastered, probably Rebirth would have been out completely, and then you would have played that. I would hate to play a demo of an RPG game and make a bunch of progress and level up a character and then lose all of that progress. But there have been cases where demos, versions of games, don't lose the progress, and in RPGs that definitely would be helpful. What else is GameDeveloper.com? What was I clicking on the article for? Disney, this is probably the biggest number, is investing $1.5 billion in Epic Games, which is weird, certainly, because we should look at this picture. Disney has kind of failed to be in gaming, and it's failed to be out of gaming. It's really failed to monetize in gaming, and their Disney in general's other offerings as far as new movies are terrible. I saw a slick deals where they are bundling the original Beauty and the Beast with the live action Beauty and the Beast movie, just I assume to get rid of the live action Beauty and the Beast movie that's newer. So Disney investing in another company and having the other company potentially make them games is interesting, but then they also have dropped the ball on promoting Dreamlight Valley, which would be the most recent Disney movie I can think of, and Epic is really not likely to make any kind of Disney game other than just have Disney characters in Fortnite, or some kind of Fortnite spin-off that isn't anything like Fortnite, but still is going to be in the Fortnite universe. Speaking of universes, here we have what looks like a visual depiction of the multitude of properties that Disney as a mega corporation has been allowed to absorb. A lot of these images I either don't recognize or are just based on general themes of the Disneyland park on this side. Yeah, this island, I almost wonder if this was supposed to be Dinotopia, but they don't own Dinotopia. And these ships could be like Buzz Lightyear ships from Toy Story, or they could be nothing. And you just have like floating rocks over here, and I assume this is supposed to be Star Wars over here, and this is supposed to be Star Wars all around here. And then this looks like this is either a train track or a film strip going around. Yeah, a big part of this could be Star Wars all around. This center is just a big ball of light, and it kind of looks like a Disney castle. But then when you look here, it gets more recognizable. You have like Wreck-It Ralph here, and Nightmare Before Christmas here, and the Avengers Tower here. But I don't really recognize this. You have a Disney Mickey Mouse Main Street type feel here. I don't know what this is supposed to be. If this is maybe DuckTales, don't know what that's supposed to be. And then you just straight up have logos over here that are very easy, in that you own Lucasfilm and Marvel and ESPN, which that's an easy one to forget, and Disney Plus. But I don't recognize what this is supposed to be, and I don't really recognize what this is supposed to be. But yeah, suffice it to say, Disney is big, and they have a lot of money that they potentially don't have anything to do with. It is also a good time, I suppose, to follow up as far as Steamboat Willie. Disney seems to have managed to not try to sue anybody at all for using Mickey Mouse's likeness from Steamboat Willie, using the name Mickey Mouse from Steamboat Willie. One YouTuber channel in particular full on just uploaded all of Steamboat Willie without commentary or criticism, not even trying for a fair use defense, and it seems like that video stayed up. So yeah, it probably is a mandate from Disney to just not spend any lawyers and billable hours on Steamboat Willie anymore, and probably they would only sue somebody if they tried to make something that looked like the most modern, most recent version of Mickey Mouse, on the argument that the derivative works of Mickey Mouse based on the Mickey Mouse of Steamboat Willie are not protectable either, which that is the court case that should be heard, although I'm not sure I want to trust the United States courts at the moment to hear that court case, particularly the Supreme Court. But I really have no idea whether they'd even take up the case. There is definitely an argument that the derivative works, the colorization of Mickey Mouse, the adding of gloves and gold boots and depictions there, that would make him look like a more Mickey Mouse, drawing him slightly differently as he evolved in his drawing style. Like, all of those may be public domain too, or possibly should be public domain. Otherwise it creates a situation where Disney could just constantly make a slight variant. They could put Mickey Mouse in a new hat effectively, and the new hat would let them still own Mickey Mouse even though Mickey Mouse probably should be in the public domain wholly. There might also be an argument that now that Steamboat Willie is in the new hat, is in the public domain, if Disney did make a new Mickey Mouse cartoon today, that derivative work couldn't be copyrighted anyways. Which, if that's the case, we may see Disney never do anything with Mickey Mouse again, if that's how they feel it would go down, which they may not do much with Mickey Mouse ever again. There was something else I thought of that I wanted to say about Mickey Mouse and Disney, but I think it slipped to my mind as I was trying to say one thought. The other thought slipped to my mind. I guess we'll leave it at that. This is crazy that this is the way it is done in the United States, but the Federal Trade Commission has filed a complaint against Microsoft for the recent Xbox layoffs. It obviously should be more of a case where there's more worker protections and you would have to apply for permission from the United States government to lay off people before you just lay off people, or before you even announce layoffs of people. It is backwards to undo the damage, and in pretty much any other situation in a court system, there would be a high desire to create the least amount of damage, and the least amount of damage in this case obviously is that all companies over a certain number of employees would just be by default prevented, I'll just use that word, from laying off people without filing for approval first and going through a proper procedure that probably would be lengthy and probably would be expensive. There is the WARN Act in California where you have to give warning if you're a big enough company that you're going to do layoffs, but there's nothing that actually prevents people from laying off things. And even this court case, I imagine if I was to look to the details of it, it's probably going to be a case where the FTC is looking to just fine Xbox for laying off people after Xbox succeeded in getting its Activision Blizzard merger from happening, and the FTC is probably very much butthurt about that. But in fairness, the FCC and the FTC both really just dropped the ball on that case, and in general I think are dropping the ball in most cases, making bad arguments and arguably maybe making arguments designed to fail, and just being very toothless. Of course, lobbyists and politicians have changed the laws in favor of mega corporations making mega mergers. Here's a blog: game developers don't give up on your bad sketches. There's a report that the investment firm CVC is going to purchase RuneScape developer Jagex for £900 million. 2023 was another unprofitable year for Roblox. I assume this is because Roblox is doing some Hollywood accounting to be unprofitable. I just have the entire GameDeveloper.com Twitter feed here, and I could just continue scrolling down here and we'll cover news articles these ways, I guess. SAG-AFTRA has launched a new contract tier for indie developers, which I'd like to get into the details of that, but we're also 3 hours into the stream. More layoffs at Visual Concept Studio Austin after 2K has cut, quote, several jobs. And then key Cyberpunk 2077 veterans have joined the North American team to lead the sequel development. which means really that the vast majority of people who worked on Cyberpunk 2077 have been assigned somewhere else or laid off in favor of a new team making the sequel. Probably the right decision, because it's not like Cyberpunk 2077 launched in a good state. It took a very long time for Cyberpunk 2077 to be in a good state, and way too long of a time for most people. The indie developer Threshold game shuts down this week. This is coming a month before it was set to officially reveal itself and whatever it was working on to the world. So this is an example of a company working in secret in the background and apparently putting out a little bit too much information even at this case, because there almost certainly are companies that work in the background to try and develop a game, and then they were going to officially have an announcement, reveal, press release, and then something went wrong and they just shut down and nobody ever heard about it. The fact that we even have a company name to mention and that it's come out that they're going to shut down and they haven't even really launched is an issue. I think the failure to launch mentality in video games probably happens very much, and failure to launch mentality in most business ventures is probably fairly high. Particularly though in video games, you need a publisher, you need a ton of money, and if a publisher pulls out before your first release, you've probably got no backup options at that point. Let's see, Nintendo Switch nears 140 million lifetime sales, tops 122 million annual players. So this is what I was talking about earlier. If this screen even went to the very edge here and to the very edge here, that would not be an 8-inch screen. So it's got to go further to one side and higher. As soon as you go further and higher to one side, then the Joy-Cons, which most adults feel like are too small anyways, need to be taller to align to that new height, or they're going to be weirdly sunken in, which they may just be weirdly sunken in anyways. Knowing Nintendo, I wouldn't be surprised if their solution to this is some cheap piece of plastic that attaches to original Joy-Cons to make them longer on the bottom side where you wouldn't even have any usage for that. That would block the infrared receiver, I think, that's down here, but it wouldn't do anything else. Let's see. Super Mario Bros. Wonder has become the fastest selling Super Mario release after 10 million players ride the inchworm. You still have this weirdness where games like Super Mario Bros. Wonder get a lot of praise and then they just naturally go away and people stop talking about it. And I guess that is one thing where the Game of the Year concept makes sense, but perhaps it should be more of a case where instead of a Game of the Year, that people embrace a Game of the Month or a Game of the Quarter concept, so that you can readdress games that I know back when I was listening to the Giant Bombcast, there were a few occasions where somebody was just obsessed with a game and they were just playing that same game over and over and over again for years and months on. But most of the time somebody would in the Giant Bombcast talk about one game they were experiencing for that 1 week, and then they would never mention it again, or they would mention it very briefly at the Game of the Year arguments, which got way too argumentative for the Giant Bombcast. There's also a story here where IGN workers, which I'm pretty sure IGN is a mainstream video game journalist site, are trying to unionize to fight for better wages and job stability. It will be a very hard fight, and I'll be generous and just say that and not really throw any shade at IGN or mainstream video game journalists overall. but it's going to be a very hard fight to maintain any job stability or just unionize in general amongst the press. Like, just your average press member is unlikely to have a lot of job stability. A specialist press member that's only talking about video games, it's going to be even harder, particularly since the motivation in most management at press and news sites is to have AI replace all the writers and all the creators with just automated clickbait titles. We may be approaching a point where content creating sites like IGN have realized that search engine optimization no longer works and AI clickbait generated titles don't work. We may be slowly approaching a point where management realizes that, and then we may have a few sites pop up where they are selling themselves very much by being the boutique news site that you would go to that has high quality coverage. But in video game coverage in particular, it's incredibly hard to have high quality coverage at all. Oh yeah, I think I remember what I was going to say. Something went wrong with the last stream. I'm going to just have to try this multiple times. But my clip macro algorithm, something went wrong there and it didn't update the information in trigger. I think the problem was the regular expression matching of the Windows title was bad. So I think I have fixed that, although maybe I haven't. Looks like we are now scrolling down so far into Twitter that we are seeing the same tweets, and this is a problem with Twitter/X, is that sometimes it does just break down and you're just getting repeated articles. There's a report that Tencent wants to replicate Genshin's Impact success with a mobile version of Elden Ring. It's claimed the project has been in development since 2022 and is making slow progress. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're somewhat working on that. And then if we're back to February 5th at this point, this is old news. So here's the SAG-AFTRA launching a new contract tiers for indie devs. Under the specific agreement, indie studios can now work with union performers provided they meet the right budget requirements. So what are the budget requirements? And certainly you'd have to investigate this yourself before you start to try to hire union workers in your non-union voice acting gig. Studios with budgets ranging from $250,000 to $15 million are eligible for the new deal. Under it, actors get strong AI protections and additional pay for games based on unit sales. Additional pay doesn't inherently mean a residual, though. It could just be bonuses based on unit sales. And I would argue, I'm not sure how much voice acting affects sales. Any voice acting versus union voice acting versus non-union voice acting. Those three different possibilities might affect the game somewhat, or might affect the game a lot, or might not affect the game at all. The rate sheet covers 4 or 6 hour voiceover sessions, off-camera singing and performance capture, and on-camera singing or dancing. Rates range from $338, which is an odd low number, to $3,500 depending on the tier and task. Which, yeah. In fairness, 4 hours of just voice acting, if you're just like maybe making grunt sound effects, or you're going ooh, ee, ow, ee, ow, just things like that over and over for 4 hours, $338 sounds good on the on the face of it. It probably isn't really that good though in reality, because most voice actors are just like actors where they spend most of their time auditioning for free, and they need to be paid when they do get a role to account for all that time they're auditioning. They might have an agent that's taking 10% or more of the $338, and most actors aren't constantly working either, so it's not like you're getting $338 this week for 4 hours of voice acting and then you'll get 4 hours more of voice acting the next week. Even if you were to multiply 52 by 300, you're talking $150,000, I think, if I'm doing the math right there. No, I think it's probably actually closer to just $15,000. Yeah, it would just be $15,000 if you got 1 4-hour session every week. $15,000 is about a third of what you would need to even be poor. And in this situation, it's not like there's just this constant demand for more 4-hour voice acting sessions. Let alone that there is a 40-hour week, or that you could even do voice acting for 40 hours a week without completely ruining your voice. Which these prices do highlight where unions kind of need to exist at some level to try to have more creative people who aren't just going to be working on a factory line for 40 hours a week to have more money. And even in factory lines where you are working for 40 hours a week, unions are needed to keep the pay to be reasonable for that amount of work. And this isn't even really touching on the fact that most people, if they're working 4 hours at a job, aren't working 4 hours straight in most cases. They're sitting around drinking coffee, having dumb meetings, just answering emails, things like that, barely working. Whereas 4 hours voice acting is almost certainly going to be highly regimented, a lot of work. If you have an office job, it's like that. If you have a factory job, working 4 hours probably is hard labor for 4 hours. There is also certainly just less and less need for people to work even 4 hours as a voice actor, or 4 hours anywhere in any job. Automation has come, and it's been here for decades, and people need to recognize automation has been here for decades. And inherently, if you're going to maintain a capitalist society, it means that people need to be paid for doing less work, or people need to be paid for working for less time. And that next step in automation has not been embraced by the CEOs and bosses. Moving on, there's an obituary here from GameDeveloper.com. Larian McWilliams, a game designer, has passed away at 58. During her 30-year career, McWilliams worked in a number of games such as the Gears of War 4, Free Realms, and Deal or No Deal, which that is a very weird variety of games. We haven't had an obituary in a while. In this one, we actually are being told that it was a long battle of cancer, where most of these obituaries don't say the reason for death, and I was assuming a lot of them were either suicides or COVID related. She was the lead designer in several games. At what company, I wonder? She made Disney Stitch Experiment 627, Full Spectrum Warrior, and Free Realms. She worked with Disney, Pandemic Studios, and Sony Online Entertainment. She also served as Skydance's Interactive Chief Creative Officer and Principal Design Director for Microsoft. So it seems like she was probably a good manager, and seems like she was fairly liked And I would assume she probably had more of a professional detachment from the project she was working on compared to a lot of other people who work in the game industry who become emotionally kind of attached to making certain types of games or making specific games and making sequels to it. Like, obviously there is a culture in game development that if you're the company that makes Borderlands 1, then you're going to be the company that needs to make another game called Borderlands 2 that's just like it, or you're going to make another game that is very similar in attitude and style to Borderlands. And if you're the company that makes Call of Duty, then there's this culture that you will make another Call of Duty game. Very rarely do we see companies, at least, shift in wildly different directions from what their core audience has been before. Blizzard perhaps is maybe the closest one that went in that direction many decades ago, in that you had a StarCraft game being very different from a Warcraft game, and Diablo game being very different from that, and then having 3 tent poles of different types of games. Whereas in more modern times, you look at Bethesda, and your Fallout game feels very much like a Starfield game, in the same engine, in the same style, just slightly different theme. And I definitely wouldn't be surprised if she might have been more of an adult in the room, just by her age overall. She was a beta tester for Elder Scrolls 2, Daggerfall, and Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri. Yeah. But see if we can get anything else interesting here. She received a Lifetime Achievement Award at GDC 2021. One of the last things she worked on was 2023's System Shock remake, along with The Walking Dead Saints and Sinner in 2022, which, yeah, that was a huge stinker, if I recall correctly. Moving on. Yeah, we already talked about this. Disney acquiring a $1.5 billion stake in Epic Games. Disney Games and Entertainment Universe is connected to the Fortnite universe announced. Do we have more details on that? It's a big wall of text here. Characters and stories from Disney, Pixar. Oh, they do own Pixar. Marvel, Star Wars, Avatar, and more. They own Avatar? Players will be able to create their own stories and experiences and express their fandom in a distinctly Disney way. All of this being in this metaverse they're growing as far as Fortnite. In a lot of ways, though, this also just seems like this is an example of Disney feeling the need to do something, but not really wanting to focus on doing anything internal, so they're just licensing things out. Which I think probably does make some sense. I guess there is a question here. If maybe Disney has some influence over Microsoft in the Indiana Jones game, and maybe it really was Disney's push to possibly have the Indiana Jones game in particular go multi-platform. And it certainly makes sense on a grander scale that Disney would invest in Epic, as Epic is still actively angry and fighting with Apple, and Apple TV is somewhat trying to compete against Disney, although not really succeeding that well. There is also potentially an argument that Disney and Apple could really get together fairly nicely and work together pretty well. I don't think either one of Disney or Apple wants to admit that the other company is more powerful or bigger, and so they can't cooperate, I think, because of that reason. Yeah. Let's see. It will let users play, watch, shop, and engage with content from Disney. Which I am a little surprised that there aren't more places where you can just watch old Disney movies. I don't know if it really makes a lot of sense to be in Fortnite and watching a Disney movie, but we have seen things like that happen in Fortnite before, where there's some video on a screen in the Fortnite game and people are just standing around watching it. And Fortnite is probably a silly enough game that you can connect all these disconnected franchises without anybody complaining. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says Paradox has set a new revenue record, says it needs to address its quality issues. However, the quarter's games releases have not held the quality we want, is the headline here. This would be the City Skylines publisher, Paradox Interactive, which I don't know if they published anything particularly new. Lamplighters League in quarter 4. It's interesting to have a company come out and say we feel like we need to improve our quality, but it's also kind of refreshing to hear that. I hope they actually do improve their quality. I'd like to see all game developers improve their quality quite a bit, and publishers improve the quality of the games they publish. Inherently, if a publisher says the quality needs to be better, the publisher is admitting they need to probably fund more development of their games and not be a cheap publisher that just releases garbage games, which there's a high chance by this time next year we'll have at least 3 or 4 bad publishers going bankrupt and going out of business, or at least shrinking significantly, because there just isn't really room in the gaming community anymore for a publisher that is going to give you barely enough money to develop a game and then shove out a game at a really low quality. We can't have games like Golem getting released again. Grim, here we have from Video Games Chronicle, Grim Fandango, Day of the Tentacle, and Full Throttle remasters have all been rated for PS5. This is more in the theory that something bigger may happen at Double Fine, but then this also might be in part Disney's influence too, like since Disney now owns LucasArts. Double Fine's update of the classic LucasArts adventures are seemingly coming to the PS5. These are easy games, in particular, to bring over to the PS5 because they aren't the type of games that you typically would associate with Microsoft. You could easily not even recognize that Double Fine is owned by Microsoft now, and that these games are from Double Fine in the first place. They are perhaps a little bit weird as far as games to put on a console, in that they are all point and click adventures, with the Grim Fandango being a 3D point and click adventure game, which they are hiding that. In particular, it is very much a 3D polygon game, and maybe the remaster added a few polygons, but it wouldn't have added that much. And Day of the Tentacle is an old school point and click with a verb choice to interact with things, a verb menu, whereas Full Throttle got a little bit fancier with it, and it's mostly a mouse point and click game that doesn't have a verb choice menu at the bottom, and instead hides a lot of its submenus to take up more of the screen with that actual gameplay. I've covered 2 of the 3 of these games on my channel, and you can find playlists through them. I haven't gotten around to playing Grim Fandango, I think in part because launching the original Grim Fandango using ScumVM was more difficult in the past. It probably isn't that difficult anymore. You had to use a different program in the past called Residual VM, or just Residual. But they integrated all that code into ScumVM later on. Here's the FTC filing a complaint against Microsoft for the recent Xbox layoffs. This is from Game Developer. Microsoft's large layoffs have drawn the attention and ire of the FTC, which has been against the Activision Blizzard merger from the start. Obviously, Microsoft thinks nothing here is going to happen. It would be funny if the court said, you know what, FTC, you're right. We should have never let this merger happen. We're going to now split Activision Blizzard back off of from Microsoft. And even if that did happen, I think Bobby Kotick at that point will have been given a great gift at that point, because so many people have already been laid off or left Activision Blizzard because of the merger. Whatever would be this theoretical split off new Activision Blizzard would be a much slimmer company, giving you a lot of chances to reset and rebuild, assuming that there is any company left around Activision Blizzard to reset and rebuild, and that it isn't really just a shell of a corporation and hasn't been a shell of a corporation for a long time. I kind of think it's mostly a shell of a corporation. I think all the talent has long since left Activision Blizzard. In its complaint, the FTC claims Microsoft contradicted an earlier promise to maintain a pre-merger status quo and wants the acquisition paused, which, as far as I know, the ink is long since dry on that until it completes a proper antitrust evaluation. Yeah, I guess everything is always open for debate, though, and everything can be relitigated. And I think that's what the FTC is going to try here. It'll be interesting to see if they actually succeed here. They failed in previous lawsuits and injunctions to prevent the merger from even going through, as far as apparently it has gone. It'll be interesting, though, if the quote phrase maintain a pre-merger status quo is not enough legally to hang your hat on and hang your entire FTC complaint case on. YouTube gaming, let's see, mentioning Palworld while also mentioning a game called Enshrouded, which I've heard people talking about Palworld. I have not heard people talking about Enshrouded. It probably is somewhat popular, but yeah. Which open world game have you been exploring lately? Is their tweet, and they're desperate for like retweets and comments and reactions. And then name that creator. Who's that Pokemon, Joe? YouTube gaming still really being a terrible Twitter account. Type video game in the year you were born in the GIF search bar to see what comes up. It's, yeah, nonsense, just wasting people's time. Yeah, YouTube gaming is kind of an example where it should just not post as often if it's got nothing to say. And frankly, it should just be posting statistics. You could just say the most popular YouTube video game of gaming video on YouTube of the day is this. Check it out, and do some promotion based on that. Also, we are now in February. It's February 7th, and I've seen nobody else mention Black History Month at all, really. There was a fake image about where somebody faked that they replied to what I think was a fake tweet from Xbox talking about Black History Month, in which they said next month is for whites, right? And it's just like a troll bait image that's completely faked. All the accounts and the responses are fake. And yeah, there's a fake response from PlayStation 2. Just overall, it's a troll bait, anti-racism, faked image where they snap back at a fake account. But yeah, the only real news to talk about a fake image with fake accounts with fake responses from other fake accounts is that beware, there are fakes out there, and you should already know that. There is a report, according to GameDeveloper.com, that the investment firm CVC is going to purchase the RuneScape developer Jagex for a $900 million deal. I'm going around in circles now because I scrolled down the Twitter feed. Turn 10 has announced changes to the Forza Motorsport progression system. The divisive car progression mechanic will be addressed in an update next month. I don't know what a car progression mechanic really would be. I suppose if all the cars are supposed to have different stats, and the stats aren't just supposed to emulate the real world stats a car would have, the progression system might make sense, where you could pick your favorite car that looks the way you would want it to look, and then you could drive that favorite car forever. I don't know if that really is the goal of a car racing game, and I honestly don't even know what I'm looking at as far as a car. I guess I'm looking at the back side of a car with no windows, and somebody's sitting in the middle here. So this is one of these not street legal cars they do in races. That's a weird screenshot though. Third person perspective over the shoulder of a car. That's a much better screenshot. Yeah, I guess a car progression system maybe would make some sense if you wanted to stay to the same car. It definitely makes some sense maybe in a Mario Kart game where the cars don't matter and they're not real. But in a racing game, I would think you would want to encourage people to jump between cars and play different cars. Of course, at some point they probably added microtransactions and DLC where you're buying more cars and encouraged to buy more cars, which would only further make people want to make you switch cars. Apparently the on-track time required to reach car level 50 will remain between 2 and 3 hours, and brand discount levels won't be changing as part of the update. So it still feels like their progression system, while it might be tweaked, is kind of ridiculous in that if you wanted to max level every car, you would have to spend 2 to 3 hours on every car. I guess in a lot of ways these racing car games are just gacha games with car skins instead of your usual anime waifu gacha character to collect. Yeah. And if I think of it from that perspective, a gacha game where you spend 2 or 3 hours on every character if you wanted to max every character doesn't seem that crazy or wrong. An RPG game where you have to spend 2 or 3 hours to max level each character doesn't seem that crazy. 2 or 3 hours to max level every Pokemon in a Pokemon game doesn't seem that crazy. The comparisons are kind of crazy though, that anybody would care about the skins of cars as much as other people might care about Pokemon or anime waifus in your random mobile game, mobile gacha game. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says that the Final Fantasy VIII director said he would change the junction battle system if it was remade. So Yoshinori Kitase says that it was a very difficult system for players. Which, this is probably reassuring news. Any remake of any old game, and frankly any remake of a JRPG in particular, needs some tweaks at the very least to the way they used to play. People just don't want to push that many buttons and take that much time to fight randomly generated animals and characters, which is most of the case in old fantasy games. Nier Automata, I think, really establishes a much better focus on having boss enemies be the bigger focus and less random grindy characters. It is weird to say I haven't played like Final Fantasy VII, and I haven't seen any significant footage of it, and I haven't played Nier Automata, and I haven't seen a significant amount of footage of that. But comparing the two, in my mind, I know you're probably going to fight Sephiroth 2 or 3 times in Final Fantasy VII, and I think there is a house with chicken legs, like Baba Yaga, that you fight in Final Fantasy VII. Outside of that, I don't think I could really name any other fight in Final Fantasy VII. I could speculate that you might end up fighting some of the characters that later become heroes, like Tifa. You might fight her in Final Fantasy VII or Final Fantasy VII Remake. Whereas in Nier Automata, I know you have that intro section where it's a shoot 'em up game. I know you fight a giant robot like dancing lady in a bullet hell game. I'm pretty sure you fight your assistant in the DLC or something, or at least in some different branching paths. I'm pretty sure you fight a couple other robots that I can't name. I'm pretty sure you fight a giant robot that looks like a big beer stein made out of metal and looks all rusty. Yeah. So it does seem like, of the two games I know nothing about, there were more visually iconic characters that were shown based on Nier Automata compared to Final Fantasy VII, which is just to say Japanese RPGs have been going in the right direction, in my opinion, by having more standout, visually recognizable boss fights. And in fairness, even a game I have played like Bayonetta, I'd have a hard time remembering all of the enemies I fought in Bayonetta. And that's a game where you basically are fighting a giant angel monster at the end of every chapter. No, I do think I could probably name about 6 or 7 Bayonetta, but I won't. Let's move on. 2K apparently has laid off, quote, a group of developers at Visual Concepts Austin. The studio had worked on Lego 2K Drive, which that game seems like it's been completely forgotten about, WWE 2K, so maybe some of the layoffs are based on the fact that WWE is going through a major shakeup, and the NBA 2K series, which I don't think the NBA 2K series is particularly doing well here. Mostly, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these layoffs are just because 2K24 has been released. I do suspect, though, that while in the past couple of years we've seen a lot of migration from California to try to have tech companies in Texas so they can basically union bust and have less worker protections, and that's really the only reason they were moving to Texas, and really they were only willing to move to Austin, which is the liberal center of Texas, surrounded by the conservatism in every other direction politically. But Austin is too expensive, even in the suburbs, to really live and work, and it's arguably just not politically stable enough for more liberal leaning video game companies. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of the migration, as far as particularly video game companies going to Austin, now migrating and leaving Austin, possibly back to California, possibly more to Richmond, Washington, and Washington State. It might also make some sense to move to just more central locations. If there was one central state in the middle of of the United States, or in the upper part of the United States, that locked in on being fairly pro-business while still being liberal enough for California-based companies. It could be a new haven. Las Vegas might even be the new haven, frankly, as far as where video game companies might go. But it also might just be a case that video game companies just scatter to the wind and go in different directions or just go out of business. But I do think I would bet on seeing at least some more major layoffs this year from Austin-based, Texas-based video game companies, and tech companies in general. I imagine we're going to see layoffs and shuttering of companies in Texas. Let's see. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says a Capcom survey asked players if they want to see sequels or remakes of lapsed series. They're asking specifically about Okami, Dead Rising, Dino Crisis, Final Fight, and the Versus Capcom and other series. What's important to point out on this, though, is Capcom ran basically the exact same survey last year. They do this every year, and it doesn't really mean anything is going to happen. And I think they are mostly only asking Japanese people their opinions. If they are actually asking American people this time, that would be a slight change. But there are definitely some games here like Ninja Rocco no Kisekai, which don't even have an English title. There's an Onimusha 3. Must be thinking of a different game then. Let's see. Let's see what the website looks like. It is in English this time. They have some Capcom based Hanafuda cards. I ordered some Hanafuda cards for an art project, and boy are they smaller than a playing card. They are really small. Imagine 2 quarters overlapping. They're about the width of a quarter and 1.5 the height of the quarter. The Hanafuda cards I got were, maybe I got some really small ones, I don't know, but yeah, there is some Japanese here, but this does seem like it is supporting more, and it does seem like this website in particular is doing some giveaways and just trying to catch people's attention. Key art collection. So the voting gives you fabulous prizes. So I think I probably will vote on this just to see if I win something. Although I don't think I really would care to have Capcom Hanafuda cards. Hanafuda feels very traditional Japanese to me, so it seems fairly weird to have that much of a variant on it. Although in fairness, the Hanafuda cards I got did have some custom art imagery and a logo in it too, which was kind of annoying. Probably might consider like this wood-based badge, but it would make more sense to go for the key art catalog, assuming it's not digital. So yeah, maybe there's a little bit more to it. It is crazy actually that you don't have more companies do these surveys annually, particularly in January. January could just be survey season for every game company, just to get players direct feedback, instead of living in an industry that is almost 100% obstinately assuming that publishers know what your mainstream video game journalists are saying is correct, instead of just asking gamers through democracy in the first place. That being said, we also saw like Devil May Cry games surprisingly being delisted, so they're not being mentioned here per se, or the inconsistency there is not being highlighted. There is a Devil May Cry in the survey, so you take down a game right before you do a survey, I wouldn't be surprised if the survey overwhelmingly reacts to that, and then you have people just saying we want Devil May Cry brought back. If I was going to pick some things, I think Okami makes a lot of sense, but maybe it doesn't play particularly well in a world without Joy-Cons. I would love personally to see Darkstalkers, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense. They've tried Street Fighter with Street Fighter 6, and that's lost a lot of its fan base. I don't even know what Sengoku Basaraya is. You probably should bring back the Dead Rising series, or something called Dead Rising. You probably should bring back something called Devil May Cry. There definitely should be another Monster Hunter game. And there probably should always be a Mega Man game in development. And obviously there should be a Resident Evil game in development. The rest of these, though, I really wouldn't have much of an enthusiasm. Yeah, and no, there hasn't been an Onimusha 3. Or there has been an Onimusha 3, but they're asking if you'd want a remake. So what would I want remade most? I think a remake of Mega Man 1 through 3 probably makes the most sense. Anyways, I'll do that survey later. We already talked about this headline. That Roblox was another unprofitable year for 2023. I said that backwards. Censored Gaming also says that the Final Fantasy VII's Rebirth final trailer has removed blood from it, which obviously that means there was some scene in the game, and then there was the trailer which removed blood, which that kind of makes sense. Like, you don't see it very often where people actively show a scene and then remove the blood. There's almost certainly in one of the regions, probably in Japan, an option where you remove blood, or a mandatory censorship where where blood is removed. If I was watching a trailer on TV and I saw blood slashed across the face of somebody in the middle of a commercial, in the middle of watching some random TV show, I would find that somewhat off-putting. Censored Gaming is still doing a lot of news articles. He really has stepped up his production amount. I still think he probably could do a little bit better staggering his releases as far as videos coming up. We already talked about Square Enix reviewing its production pipeline amid sputtering sales. I'm stuttering myself. Yeah, this is going poorly today. I rambled. I took too long. I spent 30 minutes opening card packs at the beginning. Starfield's new Steam beta update adds FSR 3. I don't even remember what FSR is. What it stands for. Support. Plus additional graphics and stability improvements. Nice that Starfield is being updated, but it definitely doesn't feel like Bethesda and ZeniMax are promising anything new with Starfield, or anything that would change people's reception on Starfield. Which, you know, it'd be very interesting if what gets announced at some point from Microsoft is that they're just getting rid of ZeniMax, or getting rid of Bethesda, or they're giving up on Elder Scrolls as a series. Because they probably shouldn't give up on Elder Scrolls as a series, but I wouldn't be surprised if they handed over development of Elder Scrolls to a different company, got rid of ZeniMax as a publishing company that Microsoft doesn't really need, and restructured Bethesda to be run by a different group of people that actually can make a game in less than a decade. Let's see. 2K put out this tweet that was kind of interesting, in that they're saying 7 years ago this person, this stunt acting wrestling person, did mocap for several of the stars in WWE 2K24, which I think that statement is totally wrong, because 7 years ago, almost certainly we're doing mocaps for something that would have been like 2K 1998 or something like that, WWE 98. Yeah, subtract 7 from 24, and that would have been the year that this mocap would have been done for, basically. And the mocap has just been reused almost certainly over and over again. Also, when we look at this mocap, these aren't the suits that have a ton of patterns on the front. It's actually very few points of reference that are being scanned, and so arguably this is the level of detail that mocap was back then, and it implies the level of bone infrastructure for the 3D models, that you would just have a thigh, a knee, a hip, a waist, a few points on the elbows and the wrists and hands. Whereas modern mocap probably might not even need a mocap suit, but even if it does, it's going to try and scan a lot more points of reference to make a better wireframe mesh overall. And then here they have a bonus picture of somebody else doing mocap, but this looks like this may very well be from a BioShock game from 2K, because you have BioShock imagery back here, and this is Scrap Daddy AP. Either this mocap image is extremely overexposed with the white balls feathering out on the edge, which is not really what you'd want the camera to see. You wouldn't want to see the image inconsistent. You would want to see a very sharp edged white ball. But yeah, same situation with the mocap suit. It's just not that many points of reference compared to what you would want in modern times. And I'll leave it up to other people to decide whether they think the mocap work from 7 years ago in WWE 24 is acceptable or not. Video Games Chronicle says that Nintendo says it will overcome challenges of a generational transition with unique propositions. Furukawa insists on taking nothing for granted following the Switch's success. Now, there's two ways you could read this. There's the way they intend when they say generational transitions. They mean from a Switch 1 to a potential Switch 2 or a new Nintendo console called something else. But it could also be a generational transition in Japan between a Generation X and a Generation Y being potentially your target audience for Nintendo products. It's the right thing to say, certainly, that you're going to need to overcome some problems with a Switch 2 and the oversaturation of the Switch 1, but it's not really changing their standard way of doing things to say they're going to have unique propositions, other than to say, yeah, they're expecting that the Switch 2 is not just going to be an incremental improvement on the Switch 1, and it's going to have something new and unique to it, which is better, because I don't think very many people are willing to buy a Switch OLED 2 that is only slightly faster or slightly better battery life. I definitely feel like Nintendo has established themselves at this point as being a gimmick-based console company, and the one thing you might like to see them do, but they almost certainly never will do, would be to get away from that and just say, hey, we're going to make something like the PlayStation 5. It's going to be $600, it's going to be super powerful, it's going to play games better than your PS5 or Xbox Series X, and we're going to just own that market. I'd like to see them try that. I don't think they'd succeed at that, however. If Nintendo was going to do that, then they might as well just have Microsoft design the hardware for them and call it the Nintendo Xbox Series X. This fake gold toy here with Mario is weird when you look at these ears and the giant nose, which maybe that speaks to how Mario was being depicted in Japan as being more of a cartoony character in the past. This is an interesting screenshot to pick. Although we also seeing Video Games Chronicle just really engaging with having news updates now without screenshots, which is just as fine. We talked about key Cyberpunk 2077 veterans joining the North America team. We talked about, well, we didn't talk about this. GameDeveloper.com says how Final Fantasy VII Rebirth reinvents the original big open world moment, which I guess that was a big moment where you get off the rails and realize that there is a giant open world section. Although, arguably, I think that as a gimmick kind of sucks, because you would have put many hours into the game before you even realized that there was an open world section, and you either maybe liked the game up to that point and might have reacted negatively to the open world section, or you would have had to muddle through the non-open world section to get to the open world section. Whereas it would have made a lot more sense to have people slightly on rails but still capable of being in the open world section from the beginning, or at least tease the open world section from the beginning and then go to be on rails for a while, and then tease open world some more. And try to keep all your content in general, whatever the content is in the video game, more of a nice salad mix and not just a breakfast, lunch, and dessert mix where where everything is completely different. I'm wearing out my throat like crazy today. Moving on. Super Mario Bros. Wonder delivers record-breaking sales after over 10 million players Rydo informed. We talked about that. We talked about this. Larry Herb, formerly known as Xbox Major Nelson, which I'll always introduce him as that. Let's see. He retweeted this eye symbol from Phil Spencer. We're listening to, and we hear you. We are planning on a business update event this next week where we look forward to sharing more details with you about our vision for the future of the Xbox. Stay tuned. Which honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a statement that Phil Spencer needed to put out there to try and quash rumors that may be completely untrue. But almost always when you do have an announcement somewhat close to rumors, the rumors turn out to be somewhat true. Yeah. I still kind of wonder if we aren't going to just see Larry Herb coming back into the picture at some point. And yeah, he was at a meeting in January 31st at Xbox and Microsoft. This is somewhat notable too. Here you also have him wearing the Apple video things, which I heard these are just plastic on the front of them, so very easily scratched. A 3 on the scale of 10 on the scratch test as far as hardness. So be careful with them. But yeah, I think this is pretty much the first kind of video game mentioned since he left Xbox and Microsoft. Whereas in the past, maybe he's mentioned Xbox and Microsoft. This might technically be the first video game mention, but he's mostly not talking about anything video game related, or even talking about what he's really doing that much. Here you have one from 2 hours ago, reading all this Xbox chatter popping up over the weekend and this week. I don't know what the reality is, but I hope to find out soon. So he says he doesn't know anything. And that's his most recent tweet. So, yeah. At some point, maybe I should stop following Larry Herd on Twitter, because he may very well just be a retired and thus somewhat irrelevant voice. He's not even putting any detailed criticism or commentary on games, and I'm not indicating that he's even playing video games. No Clip released their Secret of Monkey Island, or Return to Monkey Island, sorry, documentary, which I've never been able to sit through any of these No Clip documentaries, but that again implies something might be. Ron Gilbert, I think, owns Monkey Island and the rights to it. I don't think Double Fine has any involvement with Return to Monkey Island at all. I think Ron Gilbert got control back of Monkey Island, but then people didn't really like the visuals of Return to Monkey Island either, and Ron Gilbert got mad at people not liking the visuals, so we're probably not going to see any more Monkey Island games. I don't think people received Return to Monkey Island that well. I guess that's yet another game on the list, a long list of games I'd like to play. And honestly, I should really build that list and keep it in mind for every time there's a Steam sale, and start trying to play more games that I really would like to play, and play less games that I just happen to own because I got them cheap on the Steam sale. Yeah. A shift in my channel's focus to playing games I'm actually enthusiastic about probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Spending a little bit more money on games that I'm enthusiastic about instead of buying very cheap, minimally enthusiastic games makes some sense. Then we talked about this report that says Tencent might want to replicate Genshin Impact's success with a mobile version of Elden Ring. I think a mobile version of Elden Ring is almost certainly not going to feel anything like Genshin Impact though, and so you may just not have an audience in the mobile gaming where you have a dark fantasy from the maker of Game of Thrones, or at least written in part from the writer of Game of Thrones. That kind of visual, that kind of game may just not work on a small screen. It may not work for the audience you're trying to target. The lack of brightly colored anime characters might be a big problem too. Video Games Chronicle says that Muhammad Ali is going to star in WWE 2K24. I don't know what you really mean by star in this case. Like, heavyweight boxing legend showed up in, I guess, a couple of gimmick crossover matches, but he definitely wasn't a consistent wrestling superstar, and so it would be very weird if now he's gonna be trying to be elevated. It is also interesting, I guess maybe it's technically dead naming on a religious aspect to point this out, but I think historically it's important to point out that Muhammad Ali was originally known as Cassius Clay, and a significant amount of his early career he was known as Cassius Clay, and then he joined I believe the Black Israelites and took on the name Muhammad Ali. But yeah, if you pay enough attention, but not that much attention, to famous old boxers, you would have heard of Cassius Clay and not realized that that is Muhammad Ali, although by far more people are talking about Muhammad Ali. And then we talked about the indie dev Threshold game shutting down this week. And then Switch worldwide sales topping 139.36 million, and Super Mario Bros. Wonders topping 11.96 million. And then Silent Hill the Short Message has topped 1 million downloads. Alright, so what I think I'm going to do now is I normally would go through games that had come out and we would show off those games and make YouTube shorts, but we're 4 hours in already. I think I have to call an audible here and say making trending YouTube shorts in an unfiltered way isn't going to work. What I'll do is I'll look at all the games and then I will filter Monday's games, and I will filter today's games into one big group, and then we'll show off all of those games on Monday and try and catch up on that. Or we'll show them all off on Friday, assuming I actually do stream on Friday. So, with that, I'm going to fairly quickly just show the Steam DB, and we can see that Palworld has now fallen down in the 24-hour peak below Counter-Strike 2. In fairness, I would have to assume that there is a much higher number of fake accounts and bot accounts in Counter-Strike 2, and I think if it is still true that you might be able to actually get skins that could sell and make money in Counter-Strike 2, and in a poor country you can actually make a career of playing Counter-Strike 2 just for skins, but I would imagine that is less and less being the case every day, whereas I imagine there's considerably fewer bot accounts and no real reason to have bot accounts in Palworld because they don't have a marketplace in knife skins. Here is PUBG Battlegrounds being in the number 4 spot, so the number 4 most popular game, jailing a Korean person who claimed to be a conscientious objector, which, again, ridiculous argument that it's a completely different scenario if you're willing to shoot artificial people or avatars of real people in an artificial video game versus being willing to participate in the military industrialized complex of your country and potentially be trained to shoot actual human beings. And I don't know if there's anything else really worth pointing out here. It does look like this game Enshrouded, this must have been released relatively recently, and it has made it to the 15th spot, but it's not even over 100,000, and its peak is 160,000, and if anything that may just highlight that once you get to about the number 16th or 17th spot, some of these games may have some consistent player bases in the tens of thousands, but it just is not big numbers for a 24-hour period, which games don't really need to be big numbers for a 24-hour period, particularly in the middle of the week. So looking at this chart, can we take anything new from this? It seems like we didn't get a sample point for Naraka Blade Point, or Naraka Blade Point has just dropped severely. PUBG Battlegrounds had dipped and is now climbing back up. Palworld's still way above the chart. Everything else seems to be kind of peak and valleying. Although Apex Legends does seem like it is stabilized into a spot, and it's probably just going to slowly trend downward. This was surprising that Master Duel 2nd Anniversary even gets a full page advertisement on Steam. I would imagine a significant portion of people who have played games on Steam aren't even aware that Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel exists. Since Artifact failed, certainly from Valve, it would make sense. And here we can see Power World at the top here. It would make sense for there to be some collectible card game that is rather successful, and I think Magic the Gathering Arena is its own launcher and Hearthstone is its own launcher. I guess if it was a case that Hearthstone came to Steam, that might give me an excuse to go back and play Hearthstone. Interesting, I didn't know there was a Bratz game on Steam. But I don't think the Bratz brand was ever really accepted by parents. It's just a kind of insulting term to use, and the way the characters are designed with the big heads, and too much makeup for like a teenage girl, and too much skin showing for parents of a teenage girl. It's a little too edgelord for like a teenage girl game. Here we have a Saga Minstrel Song remastered. Can I put this on the follow list? If I click on it accidentally, I can. Then a Disney sale, right as they're doing a announcement, and One Piece Odyssey. One Piece, I imagine, is still pretty popular because of that. Didn't even realize Diablo 4 was on Steam. Yes, but it's mixed reviewed. See, this is where your Activision Blizzard merger with Microsoft may highlight some problems, in that the most recent Blizzard Entertainment game on Steam is just not well received. And Hearthstone might very well be the exact same case. Those Spider-Man games discounted somewhat. Hogwarts Legacy discounted somewhat. And I imagine there really isn't anything else new or worth mentioning. What is this? This is Magic the Gathering Arena, which is mixed reviewed. Interesting. So Magic the Gathering Arena is on Steam. I thought it was its own separate launcher, but I guess I was wrong. The Trapped in Limbo DLC is now available for that game. Some of this DLC recently updated stuff would be helpful to keep an eye on. Alright. Anyways, so that's going to bring us to doing the headline clips, or at least I'm going to pretend and continue to train myself to do the headline clips, and then we'll be done for this day. Get the mouse in the corner and get ready to just dully read the headlines. Hopefully my macro making the times works this time. There will be obviously one recording when it does works, and then you'll start seeing clips potentially from my live streams, which hopefully means more views and more watch time. Let's give it a go. Disney is investing $1.5 billion into Epic Games and building a new universe connected to Fortnite. Turn 10 announces changes to the Forza Motorsports progression system. Starfield's new Steam beta update adds FSR 3 support. Nintendo says it will overcome challenges of generational transition with unique propositions. Spider-Man 2 New Game Plus update has been confirmed for March. So this update will introduce new suits and more. Interesting. Yeah. So I guess now would be a decent time to buy Spider-Man 2. Although in my case, I'd have to buy Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales and play those first, which now would be a perfect time to play those games. Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone patch notes details today's Season 2 update. Grim Fandango, Day of the Tentacle, and Full Throttle remasters have been rated for the PS5. Final Fantasy VIII director says he changed the junction battle system if it was remade. Okay, see, now that's that was the wrong way to handle that. I said Final Fantasy VII, and then I paused, which the first clip to be made will then be on that mistake. And if this whole process is going to be automated, then the only clip that would be made for this page will just be me saying Final Fantasy VII and then pausing. What I should have done is said Final Fantasy VII, 8's director says he changed the junction battle system if it was remade. I need to keep talking and not have any silence so that the clip time includes the correction in the sentence. So far, though, that's my only major hiccup I've had training myself to do this. Capcom's survey asks players if they want to see sequels or remakes of lapsed series. 2K has laid off a group of developers at Visual Concepts Austin. I imagine if I'm going to read a headline and I'm lisping or just mispronouncing things slightly, I mostly should ignore that as long as I'm trying to say the factual thing that is correct. I only really want to correct myself if I'm saying the wrong thing, saying Final Fantasy VII when I should say Final Fantasy VIII. If I mispronounce final as Fanil, I'll just leave that in and people can ridicule me, I guess. Nintendo president has been asked about the Palworld during a earnings Q&A. What was the response here? Shintaro Furukawa said the company would take action against anyone proven to infringe on its IP. Yeah, I guess Nintendo is inherently just saying, if we can prove it, we'll take action against them, but the fact that no action so far has been promised or taken, I think inherently does mean they know they have no ground to stand on. I've heard people, at least one person, make the argument that the Squishimals brand probably has more of a copyright claim against Palworld than Nintendo and the Pokemon Company. It is also, though, still the case that the Pokemon Company, I believe, owns the rights to Pokemon, not Nintendo, even though Nintendo is part owner of the Pokemon Company. So it may very well be the case that they're just leaving it up to the Pokemon Company to decide whether or not they're going to sue. Tekken 8 gets a new patch with more than 20 balancing tweaks. A Modern Warfare 3 free trial will follow this week's Season 2 update. Brock Lesnar has been removed from the cover of WWE 2K24 40 Years of WrestleMania Edition. This was Brock Lesnar is being removed because there are potential links to a sex trafficking lawsuit with Vince McMahon where he's been named, which they are trying to remove him completely from everything. Here's Brock Lesnar, I guess, in the original art next to the Undertaker. Now they've put in John Cena and made John Cena's head and everything big enough to overlook him. Inherently, I guess at this point, to overlap Brock Lesnar's image. If you're making these kinds of arts, it probably makes sense to just have every character as a layer, so you can just turn off the layer if there is something that happened here. But it really does feel like they've just taken John Cena and overlapped the image. we probably will never get any kind of interesting conclusion to these lawsuits and allegations. What will probably happen is Brock Lesnar will just announce his retirement. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already planning on doing that at like the next WrestleMania, and then he'll just leave the business and then people won't care anymore, and the lawsuit will just continue for years, I'm sure. Spider-Man 2 PlayStation Plus trial launches. The next big update is still being worked on. This includes New Game Plus and other highly requested features are being scheduled to arrive in early 2024. Nightingale's early access release has been brought forward. Inflexion's game debut title will be playable from February 20th. I guess one thing about the clips and the way I'm doing clips is that they really are just teasers. That I'm just reading the headline in most cases, but then there's no footage after that point where I'm actually scrolling down the whole article and reading it, and I definitely don't have time to commit to that. So the teasers, clickbait, frankly, it's getting a little clickbaity. The content is here as far as reading the headline, but it's not going into any further depth. Veteran developers joined Cyberpunk 2077 sequel team at CD Projekt North America. February's PlayStation Plus Essential games are now available to claim. Muhammad Ali will star in WWE 2K24. February's first batch of Xbox Game Pass titles have been officially revealed. Major Xbox influencers pull support over multi-platform rumors. Ubisoft's Valiant Hearts sequel is coming to consoles. This was previously a Netflix exclusive, coming to the Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox. Switch is now the best-selling system of all time in Japan. The next PlayStation 5 system software update will let you dim your glowing lights. It's interesting that you could do that. I would have almost assumed you couldn't do that if they hadn't added the feature to do that by default, but yeah. If you're going to have glowing lights and RGB on your controller, which arguably you shouldn't have glowing lights or RGB on your controller, being able to control the color, the brightness would really be a day one feature to add. I feel like the DualSense also probably deserves more credit in that it does have a touchpad in the middle, and yet PlayStation games have not really done a great job of embracing the touchpad or using the touchpad at all. Whereas the better programming and implementation of the dual touchpads on the Steam Deck really help, I think, a lot of games that be playable where otherwise they would not really be playable. While I'm doing the Sudoku games on Cracking the Cryptic, there's very noticeably a way I could map one of the touchpads to select different numbers to mark in Sudoku answers. Moving on. Square Enix is overhauling its development process to improve game quality. 3 of February's Xbox Game Pass titles have been leaked. What were these titles? Update to full list has now been leaked. They don't have a real list here. I guess moving on then. Excuse me, I'm coughing right into the microphone. I'm not even trying to cover it with my hand that time. Hogwarts Legacy has officially cleared Zelda as 2023's best-selling game worldwide. A Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo is seemingly coming today. Switch's Mario RPG Make has already comfortably outsold the original. Tencent is reportedly working on an Elden Ring mobile game inspired by Genshin Impact. Modern Warfare 3 Season 2 trailer shows off new multiplayer maps. That was terrible. Microsoft will update fans on its vision for the future of Xbox next week. Tencent has reportedly canceled an unannounced Nier mobile game. And that's going to bring us to the Gematsu articles. And so we'll see if things change now a little bit as I do the headlines for the Gematsu articles, because usually in the Gematsu articles case, I am going to talk about the game and then open a Steam page. So I shouldn't be making a clip when I'm looking at the Steam page, and then I might go back to the Gematsu page, which I shouldn't be making a clip a second time based on that. And I might need to add more programming to avoid that, where if I return to a page it won't just make another clip. I also might find that this program, if it ever actually does work, might make too many clips in a stream, or it might make too many clips next to each other. I don't know what the limitations really will be as far as how many clips YouTube lets me make. Let's move forward. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 New Game Plus update launches March 7th. Guess if I could make a Steam page link here to Spider-Man 2, I would make a YouTube short on that, but Spider-Man 2 is not actually on Steam apparently. It's on PS5 exclusive, and it still seems to be PS5 exclusive, so the New Game Plus update potentially is going to launch on the PS5 as an exclusive, and then eventually I suspect it will come to PC. That is certainly a question as far as how would the strategy shift if Microsoft goes multi-platform. Will we start to see Microsoft pulling back from, will we start seeing Sony pulling back from putting their games on PC? It might be worse for PC gamers if Microsoft goes multi-platform and puts more games on the PS5. Moving on. A hand-painted Japanese-inspired RPG called Last Helden has been announced for the PS4 and 5, the Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. It is a certain thought, I guess, to have that maybe I don't need to make YouTube shorts like I have been making them if I'm making clips. What would have to happen there is I would have to be shown concrete information that clips are just way better received than shorts are. And then if I'm only getting on average 4 or 5 views on a short, but then I'm getting 100 views, 500 views on clips, it would kind of make sense to do that and then abandon shorts as a concept. But I suspect that's not what's going to happen, because YouTube is artificially bumping up shorts and promoting shorts. They aren't bumping up and promoting clips. A top-down adventure game, Cozy Caravan, has been announced for PC. I still wish these pages would load faster via speculative page loading in Firefox, but they don't. And honestly, I don't think it's my internet connection that's a problem, even though I am streaming at the same time. I think it's the servers being slow. Famitsu review scores for issue 1836 are available. Let's see. This almost feels like this is a different game, but I would suspect this is all characters in the same game. Atelier versus Reselia would be my guess. And there's just one character that visually stands out in a different kind of fashion. Very simple white dress here, and then just massive amounts of browns and armors in everybody else. This one is more of a white dress, but still a decent amount of armor. Anyways, Famitsu gave a 36 out of 40 for Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which I guess that's what this is. And then Prince of Persia The Lost Crown got 33 out of 40. Haven't heard anybody really talking about it since then. Tekken 8 doing particularly well with a 36 out of 40. So that would be the fighting game to play most recently, I would suspect. Neon Blood, welcome to the Verdus trailer. Yeah, too much of a pause after trailer. And I paused because I misread this. It's not Verdus, it's Veridis. But that's not a terrible way to make a clip, really. Just pause if you make a mistake. I mean, that's normally how you would do it if you were editing, is you would pause and then you'd start over from the beginning. But in my case, that's not what I should do. I should keep going. Even if I'm going to restart completely, just keep talking, don't pause. That's because the audio starts when I start making a certain level of audio sound over a certain number of decibels, and it stops when I go below a certain decibels. So it's auto clipping everything around that, which even that may have too much of a delay, so I may have to adjust the time later on to roll back a second or so, maybe even roll back just a third of a second. The hack and slash dungeon crawler Blood Servants has been announced for PC. I suppose if I do just stay quiet to avoid clips being made, that probably also gives me an excuse to rest my throat, rest my voice a little bit. This is a somewhat interesting art style compared to the thumbnail, and it seems like increasingly we're having this situation where there's screenshots with characters, giant ladies with often a big cleavage taking up a lot of the screen, so there seems to be more of an embracing of that in the screenshots. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of games have a character like that anyways, but they don't focus on it on the Steam screenshots, or they haven't in the past. Adventure Bar Story for the PS4 and 5 launches February 14th in Japan. It's not a PC game. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth details new characters, folios, synergy abilities, regions, transportation, navigation, world intel, and minigames. One thing I should think about is maybe just getting rid of Yu-Gi-Oh's background music when I'm doing these headlines and just going full silence. I don't think I want that, but it might make a cleaner, sharper clip without background music. I don't think though people want that. I think people want some kind of subtle background music. I could see maybe turning down the background music, but I don't think people want it completely gone. Liza P. Wulong Final Dynasty collaboration update launches February 14th. EVO's 2024 title lineup has been announced. Guess maybe I should have looked at Liza P to see if the update deserves another YouTube short. Alright, looking at EVO's lineup, every EVO have to just address the elephant in the room and say that Smash Brothers and Nintendo games are not allowed because they want to play the old Smash Brothers game, and if Nintendo was going to let EVO have a fighting tournament around a Smash Bros. Game, it would be the newest one. That being said, despite there being several efforts to make a Smash Bros. For PC that doesn't involve the characters that the Nintendo characters license, none of those games have gained enough popularity. It's a little surprising that either Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter or Tekken or even Guilty Gear or Grand Blue or Under Night in Birth 2, none of these have tried to make a spin-off Smash Bros. Type game. Instead, each of these companies focusing on just their main fighting series, whereas Warner Brothers in particular, with its Mortal Kombat 1 first appearance at EVO, Warner Brothers could fund a spin-off Smash Brothers game, and they tried to do that, and it didn't work. So I guess they did try. Nobody willing to play that. So I don't think that there's any big surprises here, other than you're being forced to play Street Fighter 6 when I imagine people would prefer to be playing Street Fighter 2 probably more than anything. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, it has the 7th appearance, so I guess that is the most popular game reoccurring. A fighting game competition like EVO might be in a weird position where if the game doesn't evolve or get any patch and the meta doesn't change, does it really make sense next year to also still include Street Fighter 3's Third Strike? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Moving on, I guess. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo is now available. The final trailer and gameplay and more are also available on Gamatsu. Nightingale Early Access release date has been moved up to February 20th. Cyberpunk 2077's follow-up project Orion adds several high-profile staff. So they're referring to Cyberpunk 2077's sequel as Project Orion, which I don't think that adds much to this headline. Might as well have left that for below the fold. Rolling Rascals Kickstarter campaign has been launched, a Sonic the Hedgehog inspired high-speed 3D platformer. It's seeking $50,000 in funding. Yeah. It's surprising that there aren't more people who have tried to make a Sonic clone, but the argument has been made in the past is that Sonic games actually aren't that good, and that's in part why nobody's tried to make a Sonic clone. The fandom around Sonic in particular is probably more interested in the character than they are in the actual gameplay. I would say Rolling Rascal here, it does seem like it's going 3D in a lot of places too, so it is taking on the bigger challenge anyways of being part 2.5D and part full 3D. Classified France 44 launches in March 5th. Guess this has a Steam page too. We seem to be having a resurgence of World War II strategy games or World War II games in general. Xbox Game Pass adds Train Sim World 4, Resident Evil 3, Played Up, and more in February. Seems like it also is a game. Bloodstained, a little to the left. Returning to Grace, I wonder what that's about. Full list is here on Gamatsu if you want to check it out. Daring space archaeologist has just unearthed the ancient resting place of a long lost AI god known as Grace. Interesting. kind of want to check that. Let's see if we can check this. Now, notice there, I was staying silent when I clicked that other page because otherwise I might have made a clip there. And so I'm going to have that in the back of my mind. Interesting. So this is yet another game that I've missed, and it came out May 30th, 2023. And very possibly I missed it because it may have just had less than 30 reviewers on it, and I was doing a flawless cleanup and saying, well, this game is just not going to be relevant. But that doesn't make sense either, because I wouldn't have said that looking at this game, even seeing that it's tagged as a walking simulator, and I wouldn't have even really considered the game if it had just come out on May 30th. So I must have just missed this game completely. And that highlights how there are very rare occasions in which you're going to catch a game if you missed it the first time. You're never going to catch back up. And I'd like to see that addressed somehow in Steam and in video games in general. And Game Pass, I guess, helps you a little bit with that idea, but it doesn't fully address the issues. I guess inherently I would like to see something closer to the YouTube algorithm, which is great about making people go back and rewatch old content or recommending old content. I'd like to see something like that on the Steam recommendation algorithm or some other system. Bloomberg says Square Enix plans a major reform of its game development structure. A PS5 system software beta is rolling out, adding DualSense controller sound enhancements and share screen interactions. Kamen Rider game Ride Commons has been announced for iOS and Android. It's questionable how popular Kamen Rider is, and honestly, this guy does not really look that much like Kamen Rider did in his Power Ranger live action show that would have been the first Kamen Rider, I think. Switch worldwide sales top 139 million, and Super Mario Bros. Wonders has topped 11 million. Shearing the Wanderer, the mystery dungeon of Serpent Coil Island shipments and digital sales have topped 200,000. I guess when doing these clips I probably also should just round up, not go past the decimal point, or round up or round down from a 1,000th point. Silent Hill: The Short Message tops 1 million downloads. It's weird that we haven't had anybody say anything about this game, though. So 1 million people downloaded it, and not a single mainstream journalist that I know of has made a video on it yet or said anything. I don't follow that many mainstream video game journalists though, so it may be my own fault. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth demo launches February 6th. Invector Rhythm Galaxy is coming to the PS4 and Xbox One and Switch on February 8th. This is a rhythm game, so I don't think I really need to put this on the follow list. I don't think I'd ever play a rhythm game. Xbox Business Update event is set for next week. Details about our vision for the future of Xbox. Dyschronia Chronos Alternate Duel Edition for PC launches March 27th. I'm gonna assume I already made a YouTube short around this, or already chose I was gonna make a YouTube short around this. Now it will bring us to the GameDeveloper.com articles, and so we should be able to make clips around this, or at least pretend like we're making clips around this. And then we'll be done for today, and we'll try and catch up on Friday as far as a more curated look at new games that came out. I imagine nothing big has come out on this Wednesday. Disney is dropping a cool $1.5 billion to invest in Epic Games. FTC files a complaint against Microsoft for its recent Xbox layoffs. 2023 was another unprofitable year for Roblox. SAG-AFTRA launches new contract tiers for indie developers. Tencent is taking control of the Sword of Legends developer Wangyan Shengtang. Paradox sets new record revenue, still says it needs to address quality issues. There's a report that the investment firm CVC is going to purchase the RuneScape developer Jagex in a £900 million deal. More layoffs at Visual Concepts Austin after the 2K cuts, quote, several jobs. Indie developer Threshold Games has shut down this week. Key Cyberpunk 2077 veterans join North America team to lead the sequel development. There's an obituary for Lara Lynn McWilliams, game designer who passed away at 58. Square Enix is reviewing its production pipeline amid spluttering sales. Is spluttering a word, or should it be sputtering? I think it's sputtering. I don't think there is an L in that word. IGN workers unionizing to fight for better wages and job stability. Super Mario Bros. Wonder delivers record-breaking sales after over 10 million players ride the inchworm. There's a report that Tencent wants to replicate Genshin Impact's success with mobile versions of Elden Ring. And the Nintendo Switch nears 140 million lifetime sales, tops 122 million annual playing users. This does go to highlight that there are about 18 million Switches out there that either have been broken or people are just not playing it. And I guess I'm one of the people not playing it. So that's going to be it for this show. This almost turned into a 5-hour stream, and I really don't know why. I hope this isn't a case where me doing Sudoku puzzles that are way too long has just somehow increased my odds of being slow about doing live streams. I don't think that was the case, but yeah. I also hope this isn't just a continuing trend where now that we're back into the meat of 2024, we're just going to have way more news and way more articles to talk about. Regardless of what happens, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.